Not quite time yet to 2-minute warning. Take a minute, find your seat. Are we out? I promise I'm facing the microphone the whole time. For real. 2-minute warning. We'll put on the big boy voice. 2-minute warning, and then we're going to get started, okay? Thank you. I'll wait for the music to come down. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. This half of the room heard me. Good morning, everyone. So I know that it's a little warm in this room. I know they have turned down the thermostat, but a room this size and this many folks, if anybody's studied thermodynamics before, you know that it's going to take a minute for that to turn around and actually be a room that's worth being in. I apologize for now, but bear with me and we'll get it sorted. It'll be good soon. Everybody have a good day. For those of you who were here yesterday, you had the exec meeting. I know that you had the long-term missions and budgets committee meeting or work plan meeting. Was that productive for those of you who were there? You was? Good. I'm glad that y'all had a good day. Greg, I could go through the agenda or you can gavel us in and do an update. What would you like to do, sir?
Do you want to go through the agenda before we? Here, let me get us going.
All right.
We're going. All right. Now, would you like to cover the agenda first, or do you want me to
I don't know.
do my thing?
It's
Why don't you tell us
jumbled.
what we're doing today, and then I'll follow up with my.
You don't know? Oh, God.
I didn't want to completely cut you out of the process.
All right, so in a little bit, Greg will give an update. He'll talk a little bit about a few things that's on his mind, some items that have been covered since the last board meeting. We're going to go around and do participant introductions after that. We'll make sure that everybody around the table has a chance to say who they are, what their affiliation is, and that way we know who all we're dealing with. We'll go through a round of agency updates, And then we'll do some committee updates. We've got a couple of committees that met, and we'll make sure that those have the opportunity to talk about what they talked about last meeting. You notice there's no draft recommendations, but everybody still had some productive discussions, I think. Then we'll go into our presentations for the day. We'll have one on DWPF, infrastructure sustainability. We'll take a lunch break, and then we'll go into an update on that WIP return shipment, spent nuclear fuel storage update, an ABD update. We'll have some public comments, see if there's any board business to dispense with, and then we'll adjourn for the day. Any questions about that? Okay. Greg?
All righty.
All for you.
Thanks, James. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, agency people, subject matter experts, the public. I don't know if we've got public people. I've seen some faces I'm not used to seeing, so maybe we've got some public folks here. I hope we do. And of course, thank you, CAB members, for being here. Thank you for your service, your communities, and to the CAB. We do have, as James said, I think a very nice agenda for today. I'm looking forward to hearing these presentations and you all's thoughts on the information that we hear. I do want to note that I like this meeting format, keeping it at one day instead of doing the day and a half. I think that in and of itself would have a positive effect on recruitment and retention. And I hope that's something that going forward the CAB higher-ups will keep in mind and maybe think a little bit about. Anyhow, I will leave it at that. I hope everybody has a good meeting. If I can do anything to help you, please let me know, and otherwise I will turn it back over to James. Thanks, James.
Okay. Well, let's go around the room. And like I said, we're going to do board member introductions for everybody on the table. And Greg, I'm going to start with you, and then we'll go to Charles, then we'll go to Michelle, and we'll just go on down the line. And everybody will very quickly say hi and introduce themselves.
All right. Good morning, everybody. I'm Greg Murray. I am chair.
I'm Charles Hilton, Vice Chair.
Michelle Bush, CAB.
Juanita Campbell, CAB.
Jim Gill, CAB from Beaufort County.
Ken Sajuan from Savannah State University.
Good morning, Ruth Hollingsworth, Waste Management, Vice Chair.
Hello, Sade Shofadia.
Good morning. Madeline Kellett, South Carolina DHEC, Midlands Aiken Office. Good morning, Susan Fulmer, South Carolina DHEC.
Amy Boyette with DOE Savannah Riverside. I'm also the Deputy Designated Federal Official for the CAB.
Mike Budney, Manager of the Savannah River Operations Office.
John Richards, EPA Region 4, Lead Project Manager.
Ronna O'Brien, CAB, Facilities Disposition and Site Remediation Vice Chair.
Don Colson, CAB member.
Phyllis Britt, I'm the Chair of the Facilities Disposition and Site Remediation Committee.
John Thomas, CAB.
Candace Hay, Waste Management Chair. Carolyn Fortson, CAB.
And I'm James Tanner. I'll be your facilitator for the day. All right. We already did agenda review, meeting rules, I think that we're all pretty familiar with. We know what we're doing. As presentations go along, if you have a question, put your card up. Feel free to interrupt most presenters unless they let you know otherwise, because some folks, it seals their flow. But if they tell us that they're going to get to your question during their presentation, we're going to accept that for an answer, right, and let them keep going on. Any questions about today? All right. Let's start with our agency updates. Mike?
All right, thanks, James. And good morning, everyone. Glad to be here. Happy we can do this in Aiken County for once. It was a nice, easy drive here today. And always tough finding a venue large enough to hold this meeting, but fortunately we were able to find this great location. So on to the update. First, the Advanced Manufacturing Collaborative. So I don't know if you've been out to the USC Aiken lately, but all the foundations are poured. The steel has started going vertical as of last week, right? As we were out there for the Chamber of Commerce event, while we were there, they put the first pieces of steel vertical for AMC. So it's moving right along. Plan to have that facility open in early 2025, calendar year 2025. So, management and operations. So we are getting ready to do a transition for this. We want to be very clear on what's going on here. We talk about the transition of this site to NNSA. So that is going to happen on 1 October 2024, the very beginning of fiscal year 25. And what we're transitioning is the security contract, K area, and landlord services, which is the water systems, the dams, the electrical distribution, the sewer system, maintenance of roads, maintenance of common infrastructure. So it comes to around 10% of our budget will transfer from EM to NNSA. But what we're not transferring is any of the EM missions. So we'll still have an office. We'll still be running all the cleanup, soil groundwater mitigation, all the D&D. The federal facility agreement stays with us. Avery Hammett stays with us. The core team stays with us. The cab stays with us. Any questions you have about the environment, we can answer. If it happens to be something that NNSA has purview over, we'll talk to NNSA to see if we can't get those questions resolved. So, but to be clear, we talk about all the environmental permits are moving to NNSA. What we're talking about there are the standard industrial permits that any facility would have to operate in South Carolina, related to water discharges, air, that sort of thing. Not the cleanup stuff, not EM's mission. We still own all that stuff. So, and the ACER will belong to NNSA, but we'll still have input on it, and that'll be done just like it's always been done. That's a requirement by DOE. It's not an EM or a separate NNSA thing. It's a DOE requirement for sites to put out an ACER, so that'll still be produced. So I just want to make that clear. So our plan has been signed by the administrator for NNSA, NA1, and it's been signed by Mike White. And so we're off and running on the implementation phase now. So each sub area has to have its own plan of action, milestones. We're building those plans and milestones right now to make sure we get it all executed on time. So NSA will have authority over the common infrastructure and the landlord services by October next year. I just hit one other thing. I know people have a lot of questions about the budget process. And as we know, the budget process has got some issues right now that they're trying to work out in Congress. We are not authorized to talk about that very sensitive issue. So that's all I have to say about that. Nuclear materials. Hey, we're doing some great stuff out there. In the H Canyon, they're right on target for getting all the dissolutions done of the spent nuclear fuel that they planned for this year. They've initiated the startup testing of the electrolytic dissolver. We did actually start it up and put power to it. So they're prepping, ready to do what we call readiness assessment, which would be in February, I believe. The readiness assessment's supposed to occur for that if things stay on track. So this should be pretty close to that. And that'll enable us to process the Japanese fast critical assembly fuel, as well as some other non-aluminum clad spent nuclear fuel that we have in L Basin. In K area, we're ahead of schedule there. We've downblended 115 downblends have been completed. There were 100 planned for fiscal year 23. So they're keeping up a good pace out there and making shipments out to WIP. In fact, we've made 12 true waste shipments to WIP in FY23. Also, Nuke Materials continued with FH lab deactivation, making significant progress. And this is, we get out of some of those old buildings, and it really saves us a significant amount of surveillance and maintenance costs each year. So good move by team there in getting that stuff done. Liquid waste, some important milestones. So we got our 2 big task orders put in place to operate the liquid waste system. These kind of first of their kind task orders on these end state contracts. They each run for about 8 years and they're worth billions of dollars. So they're huge task orders. Congrats to the team. They started back in January, February working on this. They had to have them in place before September 30th when the current task order runs out. And they were able to get this first of its kind of task orders through and approved to start already. So we'll be ready to go to shift to these task orders on September 30th. And the production facility is doing great too. In August, they achieved a processing record of 405,000 gallons, which is the equivalent to almost 5 million gallons a year rate, 4.9 million gallons a year rate. We think we're going to be able to keep that up and continue progress. We got to get to 6 before we do NGS, and hopefully get us up to 9. So they're making great progress out there and getting that thing working the way it's supposed to. Saltstone disposal units continue construction apace. We got the CD4 on number 8 this past summer. Number 9, the construction is essentially complete, and the leak test is underway. We've filled it up with water, and we're proceeding with the leak test. They're building cell number 10 and starting site preps for 11 and 12. I don't have any particular update on defense waste processing. They're doing great, making all their numbers out there too. In salt waste processing, they've processed over 3 million gallons so far in FY23, and the facility has processed over 7 million gallons since it began operating. And another cost-saving effort that the liquid waste folks did was they combined the operating centers for the effluent treatment facility and the saltstone production facility into one facility. And this is breaking news. I didn't even know this until I read these comments. It's now known as the end stream delivery. So, and we have an acronym for that if you need it. But that saves. Because we wanted to increase the rate at which we operate the saltstone production facility, by combining those 2 operating organizations, we can assign people to different jobs, so we can increase the production rate without having to add a significant amount of new employees. So a great cost-saving effort by them to increase the rate at which we operate saltstone. Tank preparation, we're operating 15 different tanks in different stages of planning, design, procurement, field modifications, from salt dilution, sludge, salt removal, compilation, qualification. We got salt batch 9 is compiled, qualified, ready to feed SWPF. 10 and 12 are under preparation, and 11 is salt batch, or sludge batch 11 rather, is under preparation to feed DWPF. And speaking of sludge batch 11, it was used to accept the first discharges from our ABD mission. And so we were able to move that material over the summer from H Canyon into the sludge batch. So making progress on ABD also. We have started the work for demolition and removal of ancillary equipment over on F area materials storage building, which we commonly refer to as 235F. That's where we had PU 238 work being done. So that's proceeding right along as we get rid of all the ancillary facilities around there and get ready to do the engineering work to put in place the final solution for the in situ D&D of 235F. We also held the season's first dove hunt. It was held on September 2nd at the Cracker Neck Wildlife Management and Ecology Reserve. South Carolina Department of Natural Resources manages this with a cooperative agreement through DOE. And 41 scouters and 34 hunters participated. I don't know what a scouter is for dove hunting. Anybody can explain that to me later? I'm not sure I'd want to be out scouting for the doves. Somebody with yeah, I'm not sure how that works. Anyway, we had second and third hunts on September 9th and 16th, and all hunts were safely conducted without incident. And one of my favorite things we did, so in the past we've done fishing tournaments for wounded warriors kind of thing. This year, the first fishing tournament, or this fishing tournament that we did in September, was for something called the Outdoor Dream Foundation. It grants outdoor adventures to those under 21 diagnosed with terminal or life-threatening illnesses. So we had 24 ODF anglers participated, with three accompanied by professional bass anglers. And then there's the job. You can make your living fishing. That would be. All fish were released back into the lake. And the largest fish caught was 6.45 pounds. And so there's an award for that. And there's also an award for the two largest fish combined. That was 10.95 pounds. So tremendous that we were able to get all those young folks out there. And I understood they went on L Pond, which Gene Rhodes had told me L Pond, you had to be careful because unlike Parr Pond, where we go out and catch alligators once in a while and they know what boats are, so they stay away, he told me L Pond, the alligators were not that frightened of boats, but I confirmed with the anglers they only saw one alligator the entire event, and he was far away swimming in the opposite direction. So, all right, well, subject to your questions, that concludes my remarks for today.
I can assure you that it's not the alligator you can see that you need to worry about. We won't talk too much about that experience.
Surprisingly, Charles has a question.
We're all amazed. Right? Nope, nobody else we can call on first. Charles, you get to go.
Charles Hilton, Cab. Thank you, Mr. Budden. First, I'd want to say is I just can't say enough. This Outdoor Dream program, your Wounded Warrior program, that is fabulous. I really commend staff or whoever gets this together doing that. That is just a super program, and I strongly support that. I would ask, would anybody be working next week in light of the federal budget situation, but I'm going to leave that one alone. Two questions about your report. Amy shared somewhat yesterday with the transition in the executive meeting, and I had some concern that I kind of understand it, that the ACER and your permitting programs are moving to NNSA. My concern, and I'd go on record with this, is that EM has been very, very open with us. You know, you have a discharge violation, you come to us and said that. And we've been informed of what's going on with that. I know we're concerned with cleanup, but the thing about it, current violations lead to long-term cleanup problems. And I'm concerned that I've never seen, I don't think, NNSA around this table. I see a pile of people from DOE, EM at this table. And I'm just concerned what's going to be the flow of information coming from NNSA long-term on the environmental programs current. And my other concern is, you mentioned that approximately 10% of your budget would be going to NNSA. I can understand that on road maintenance and security or whatever. Do you see any impact on that cut in funds impacting the actual cleanup, operations of H, operations of glass plant, and the flow? Do you see any impact on that on your budget? 10% is a substantial cut.
Yeah, so let me address your first question. I'm not worried about clarity on how we, on anything associated with the environmental permits, because they're all an electronic, DHEC's put in a great electronic system. They're all, I think, publicly available information, and Susan will not let us get away with anything, so, nor would we want to. I think the other, and so, and we'll be well aware of anything that should occur, and typically, you know, we got the old facilities out there. And so we have the facilities that are most challenging to operate. So we'll know what's going on, and there won't be any secrecy about anything that might occur out there. So, yeah, I think they'll all be very clear. I have over Teams met the new field manager for NNSA. His name is Jay Tilden. Seems like a super guy. I think you're going to enjoy meeting him and working with him. So we're South Carolina residents here. We're committed to doing the right thing out there, and we'll make sure you all know what's going on, whatever it is, good, bad, or indifferent. So, and I'm sure Susan will too. So it's not a cut in funding; it's a transfer of funds. So, and the funds that are going over are the funds that we currently, the majority of the funds that are going over are the ones that we use for the security contract and to operate K area. That's, I'm not sure I can get the right percentage, but it's somewhere between 85 and 90% is that. There's some other small areas that funding's being transferred to, but so it's not a cut, it's just a transfer and a change of who's responsible for those things, but they continue operating just the way they did. So no money's coming out of our EM mission areas. They're still funded just as they always have been.
Of course.
The one thing I wanted to add on the transition is we are going to, the transition plan itself was just signed by the administrator and Ike White. We've just released it to our employees just yesterday, and we're going to be working with the employees that are going to be moving and having changes in their responsibilities starting this week. It's so, as I mentioned yesterday in the executive committee, what we are planning to do is give you guys a more detailed briefing on transition in November. I hadn't told you that yet, but so we are gonna plan to do that. And my goal, I can't speak for them, but my goal would be to have NNSA be a part of that presentation as well. They've worked very, very closely with us. It's been a very good working relationship that we've had with them, and I don't see that would be any different. So we are planning to get more in the details with you guys at the November meeting.
Okay. Charles, any follow-up from that? Okay. Greg?
Yeah, thank you, Greg Murray Cap. Thanks, Mike, for the briefing. I was thinking about Charles's comments, and I guess I hadn't really thought of them in those terms. That we've never seen an NNSA person here. So I would like as chair to extend an invitation to NNSA to come see us in November or January, whenever is appropriate. I'd like to see a real live NNSA person. I've never seen one.
Amy used to be at NSA, so is Edwin. So,
yeah, well, they're not anymore. So I don't know what that says about somebody, one way or the other. Nonetheless, okay. So
my daughter's first job was at NNSA also. So.
Oh, I haven't seen her either, though.
Yeah.
So thank you. We would love to see an NNSA person here, and I think that would be nice. I know the transition plan was released yesterday. It was released during the executive committee meeting, actually. Amy was on the job and did it very effectively and on time. Well, 2 minutes for something like that is okay. I know that it also been released out to Congress, and y'all had been talking to them and such. Can you give us some sort of characterization about what Congress had to say about it, and then very much more pertinently, I guess, also in terms of how the employees are reacting? I think Amy gave us some information yesterday about the number of employees and such. But just give us a general idea about how they're how they're processing it, how, is it a lot to process? Is it complicated? I don't know. Are they just being told, here, your new job is now in this building instead of that building? You know, that sort of stuff. But I'm interested in how the EM employees in particular are responding.
Well, I don't want to speak directly for the employees because, everybody's got their opinion on how this thing is going, but we just haven't had any real folks actually really concerned about the fact that at least they haven't brought it to us. In fact, Edwin set up an anonymous, way for people to submit comments or questions, and we had one since we set that up a couple months ago. Yeah. So, we just haven't heard any adverse reactions from folks. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a couple people who don't want to, accept the change, don't want to move, but they got a lot of options open to them. We have a lot of openings that they may apply for if for some reason they didn't want to go there, but essentially their work that they love to do is going over there. They'll just be paid by a different office. Now, we are setting up sessions now to go talk to them. We have talked to them in the past, especially the big groups that we know are moving. I've sat in the room with them all, and we just, they're mostly concerned about, hey, what's the pay structure going to be? What's the, that sort of thing, but not the fact that they're moving to a different organization. They're still going to be on site. Most of them will probably still be sitting in the same office they're sitting in today, right? So, we haven't had any. As far as what Congress thinks of it, I haven't a clue. I think they're focused on some other issues right now. I know we do, at some point, I think we got to brief the OMB examiners, so we don't have any feedback from them yet either. They just want to make sure their budgets are lined up properly and that we got enough funding moving from one organization to the other to do the job right, I think. But we haven't actually had that briefing with those folks yet either.
Yeah, I was thinking from our perspective, the transition is a big deal. From congressional perspective, this sort of stuff happens all the time, and they probably don't think too much of it. So regarding the employees, so most of them they'll be in the same place. Will they be doing 98% of the same work? And then it sounds like there might be a different pay structure. Is that a big deal? I mean, is there a different pay structure between EM and NSA?
There is, but I'm not an expert. Maybe Edwin can enlighten us a little bit because he's been under it.
They'll get it up, yeah. You good? Should be.
Well, I'm a real live former NSA person. I've had this.
Well, how about this? Can we get you to just maybe take a seat?
Right
Join us
here.
at the table
Right.
briefly. That way we get it online and everything and our folks can hear it. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike, for the opportunity to participate here. So, but yeah, so NNSA, they structure their pay scale differently than EM. So EM is traditional government, where it's general schedule, GS, 3 to 13 or 15, those kind of hierarchies. But NNSA, they adopted a new pay system from the military called pay banding or accepted service, and it's a different structure where they banded like certain pay groups, the 12 and 13 together, or the 14 and 15 pay scales together. So when an employee transitions from, say, example, a GS-13, they're not going to have a GS-13 on the NSA pay scale. They have the same value as far as money, and the benefits are the same, but they'll be categorized in a different function. And those type questions are, big concerns for employees because they want to know, hey, I know how I progress on the GS scale. Help educate me on the NNSA pay scale. Also, the incentive packages as far as bonuses, those kind of things are a little different for NNSA. They have what you call pay for performance, and EM has a little different structure. So, like Mike mentioned, we didn't have any significant, objections. Just there's a desire by the employees to really help us understand what the differences are, because they want to be fully informed. And so our lead HR person is starting, once the plan got signed, the communications plan, Amy and her team
kind of work to put together is now going into play. Okay, we got a plan signed, affected employees, let's sit down at a HR kind of conversation. The plan is signed, your job is affected, you have a series of options as we go through this. No one's losing a job, but you are expected to transition, and there are other things that they could. But to answer your question, yes, there's a little difference in the pay structure, and we want to make sure all employees are definitely comfortable with understanding what those are. They want somebody to talk to them. And then secondly, we're inviting the NSA leadership to work with us so these employees will get a chance to meet the new managers. You know, the type of work they'll be doing, the posture of oversight that NNSA employs versus AM. So those are taking place now. We're definitely keeping a close eye on that. And we've got over a year before this happens, but we're really following an aggressive communication strategy to make sure there are no objections, concerns by them. Hope I answered. Yep.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the things is that we have to be very careful to follow all the rules, and so because these people are just transferred from one organization to another, it's a lateral transfer. They can't get a promotion via this mechanism, so, or lose any pay. So NNSA's got to work out those details too to make sure it all remains equitable as they move over.
All right, let's come over here to Phyllis.
Phyllis Britt, Cab. I was wondering, this may be jumping the gun because maybe y'all have plans to talk about this later, but I'm curious about the USC Aiken facility. What's going to be happening there? Why?
If anybody from the lab wants to jump in on this, I'm welcome on report. But basically, they're going to work, as the name says, advanced manufacturing concepts. It's a place outside the site where we can easily bring in academia and industry to help collaborate on new means of producing materials. Yeah, so Chris, go ahead and you can give
I'll
us
try
some
and
details.
add a little color commentary to that. So the Advanced Manufacturing Collaborative is just that. It's an opportunity for SRNL to work more closely with our industry partners on projects that don't require the levels of security or facilities that you see out at the site. The intent is to be able to have that more open exchange with our industry and academic partners and work more closely alongside with them. So it's an expansion on a number of manufacturing initiatives. To put it in its most simplest terms, if you look at the EM mission, right, how could we be most efficient at that? If you remove the inefficiencies of manufacturing and remove the waste from the manufacturing process at its inception, you have less cleanup to do at the end of it. That's a lot of some of the projects that will be tackled at the AMC. Some specific lines of work are going to include some advanced manufacturing techniques using biofilms, energy storage projects. There's a long and developing list of projects that they want to take on at the AMC. And part of the idea is also to advance our tech transfers, where we have the technologies developed at SRNL, and how do we transfer those technologies to a commercial enterprise.
Thanks, Chris. I would say that one other thing that when we went to design this building, because we don't know what R&D is going to be needed 10 years from now, maybe even 5 years from now, the building is highly reconfigurable to take on different missions as we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phyllis.
That's also one of the things that we agreed to talk more about in the new committee and the discussions that we were having. So we're planning a more detailed presentation on AMC and the lab as a whole in January. Chris, I haven't told you that yet, but yeah, I'm breaking all kind of news today, right? But yeah, so
given that it's end of September, I've got plenty of lead time, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, we're looking forward to getting you guys more engaged in the work that's going on at the National Lab and what they do for EM. And certainly AMC is part of that, so.
All right, thank you. Charles, you found some follow-up.
This goes back to Mr. Edwin's comments. When I think about the transfer from EM to, we're thinking about 11,000 employees down there, but we're only talking about the 200, 300 DOE employees that are involved in this.
Yeah,
So we've got a small percentage overall, but maybe a large percentage in DOE.
Yeah, it's actually, our staff is, I think we're authorized about 260 right now. It's 85 positions out of that. And it is not 85 people. Some of those positions are vacant. So it's 85 positions that are shifting. So what that really means is we send 85 times whatever the average salary is and benefits of an employee. That funding goes over to NNSA in addition to that K area funding and the security funding that we're sending over to fund those positions. And then the work that's associated with those positions also goes over there.
Okay. Any other questions for Mike before we move along? See none. Thank you, sir. John?
Good morning. I'll introduce one of our new people. Some of you have already met this morning. Brianne, if you don't mind standing up. Brianne Martin. She's one of our new project managers that joined Superfund last year. She's already worked on a couple of private sites, and she may be, right now, this term is shadowing some of our Savannah River work, maybe work on some other DOE or DOD sites as she's coming into the Region 4 Superfund program. And then we're supposed to get another either person within our organization or outside that may be helping us at Savannah River in the near future as well. Good. And I think I mentioned last time, but I'll just say it again, we have a new division director that was appointed I think last day of July, Caroline Freeman. Some of you may know her. Again, her niece used to work at DOE here. She was over one of our private Superfund branches for many years, which is actually where Rob Pope and Deidre, a lot of you know that Rob's moved on to other projects, but Deidre still works on Savannah River projects. So she's vaguely familiar with Savannah River. We're going to do a big brief with her. I have to leave about an hour for a record decision that we just got signed. And, and the exciting news that Susan will elaborate too, I think, as you know, Superfund, milestones is a very key point, circle of milestones we call it. So give anything from a RI start, remedial investigation start, remedial action start, we're actually doing work after a record decision. But the big ones that headquarters, or the big bean counts we like to call it, are like record decisions or the equivalent of those. So one of the big things that Rob helped get going with DOE and obviously state, way back all the way to 2007 is any closure of tanks or any closure of any ancillary facilities that we have. The one we just got signed is the ESD, which means it's a minor change of a record decision for the diversion boxes, and that's what our thing's on. So he was instrumental in getting those that are the equivalent from headquarters of getting a record decision signed. So these are major, major targets for us, and it kind of highlights the importance of all the work going on at Savannah River. We get those. So getting 3 in this month, right before the end of the fiscal year, is key, including one of those for the N area rod that was not scheduled till December, but thanks to DOE and South Carolina signing it early, we're able to actually get that one in before the fiscal year as well. So that's been great for us. Not every regional EPA site, number 10, that might be over Hanford, they don't get any circle milestones for all their work, for the hollow waste tank work. So it's thanks to Rob and others that work really hard, and Jim Folk and his team that we work with very well to get these circle milestones for the tank program. think that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Any questions for EPA? Seeing none. Susan?
Good morning. As John mentioned, we had two documents that were signed this month. One was the explanation of significant differences for the F area diversion boxes 5 and 6. And the other one that we had was the record of decision remedial alternative selection for early construction and operational disposal site N1, the central shop scrap lumber pile, and building 690N process heat exchanger repair facility, also known as the Ford building. So those have been signed by all three parties now and are available or will be available in the administrative record for review at your leisure. For the RECRA program, the department received the application for renewal for the RECRA hazardous waste permit, and that's for the general information, the mixed waste management facility, and the mixed waste storage buildings and sanitary landfill. So the current permit that the site has expires March 13th of 2024, and DHEC is currently conducting the initial administrative review of the renewal application. So we'll keep you posted on that as we move through that process. And then one update from our Bureau of Air Quality, and this one is related to the plutonium processing facility. So this is an NNSA permit. The air quality construction permit for that facility was issued in August 10th, 23. So that allows NNSA and SRS to start construction activities and then conduct operational activities once built. Those are all of the updates I have. Any questions from me?
Okay, seeing none. Let's move on down the line. Phyllis, I'm going to turn it over to you in just a minute for facilities. This is probably going to go pretty quick, so I'm going to go ahead and ask our first presenter. Ken, you want to come and get mic'd up? That won't take very long at all. They'll get you set up. Phyllis, let's start with you.
Phyllis Britt, FDSR Committee. We got a number of updates at our last meeting and had a number of questions, but didn't have anything actionable for us. Some of the things that we asked about were the solar power situation, because that had just been approved, space being allotted for that possibility. And I had questions yesterday about AI was mentioned as part of the decommissioning process. We're curious about that. And James had kindly sent us a link over one of the questions about D area. And the only problem with that is the video is not very good.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hard to see. And I guess that's it.
Okay. Any question for Phyllis at facilities? All right. Jim?
Jim Gill, CAB Chair for the Nuclear Materials. At last month's working meeting for the nuclear materials, there was a draft of a recommendation for the committee to look at. It created a fair amount of discussion. The conclusion that was drawn was it wasn't ready for further evaluation yet, so that is currently being reworked. Anticipate that we will have a revised version available in the next week or two, and certainly will make it in the agenda for the next subcommittee meeting for nuclear materials. And that's all our activity.
Any questions for Jim? All right. Candace?
Candace K., Waste Management Chair. Our last committee meeting was August the 15th. We got a point of contact status update from Mr. John Clark. Our committee discussion went well. One of the things that came up, as well as the committee discussion, was a very spirited public comment regarding the draft recommendation. There were no actionable items out of the committee meeting.
Any questions for Candace? Okay. We don't have the chair or vice chair for LTMB here today, and I know that we weren't able to do a whole lot for ANO, so we'll put a pause on those. Did you have something that you wanted to?
I don't mind sharing what we talked about.
Please.
If there's anybody who was in that meeting yesterday that wants to do it for the cab, but I don't mind telling you what we talked about.
No one seems to be jumping up.
Okay. So we did have sort of the first meeting of the long-term mission and budget committee. And for now, I'm going to be the point of contact for that committee, just because it's kind of a catch-all. The first topic I already mentioned that we want to get on the agenda for the November meeting is transition. We want to talk a little bit more in detail about that. This is the committee that's also going to be looking at long-term missions of Savannah River National Lab. So we're looking at, in January, as I mentioned, doing the presentation on the lab and AMC. And also, this is the committee that will be looking at budget, which we are always looking for the CAB's input on our budget around the March timeframe. So I've spoken with Bruce Martin, our CFO, and they'll be prepared to brief you guys on that at the March meeting. The other topics that we talked about, we think belong in this committee. We don't really have a place on the agenda for them yet in next year's work plan. But long-term planning for our workforce, our future workforce, is going to be part of that. We'll spend some time talking to you guys about our apprenticeship programs, our STEM and education outreach program, our minority serving institution partnership program, some of those things to just, help you guys better understand what we are doing in our long-term planning for our workforce. And then we also talked about some other, as we delve more into giving you guys kind of an overview of what Savannah River National Lab does. One of the things you guys understand that this is the only EM lab in the complex. So we want to talk to you about what the lab does for EM across the department, not just at Savannah River. And then there were some specific kind of, I'll say odds and ends that you guys had interest in, including cyber, and there was virtual reality. Shade had asked about maybe adding that. So those are the things we talked about, and maybe, we've already got stuff on the schedule as part of the work plan for November and January and March. So we'll be adding some more things as we go throughout next year.
All right. Any questions for Amy on that? Greg?
Thanks, Greg Murray, Cap. Hey, I'm glad we're going to have a committee specifically dedicated to things like this. I remember one of the first topics that really struck me when I was on the CAB was when we had a briefing, and it was something to the effect over 50% of the workforce out there, out at the site, was eligible for retirement or was getting ready to be eligible for retirement. And I don't think, at least, and I'm still not sure I do, the number of folks that have to be hired out there every year just to keep that thing going, I think is pretty amazing. So I'm glad there's going to be a committee that's dealing with issues like that. So thank you for doing that.
All right. Any other questions? All right. As our first presenter for the day makes his way up, I want to give a word of caution for him and any other presenters that we have in the room. Please note that we do have two screens because of the width. So if you shine a laser pointer at one side, you're going to have to walk around and shine a laser pointer at the other side. I assure you, we do not possess the technology to make that transmit from one side to the other automatically, okay? So just make sure that we're talking to both sides of the room. Ken, it's all yours.
Is that coming through? Yes. Okay. Good morning. I'm Ken Wells. I'm the Director of DWPF Operations, and I was asked to come speak to you about the optimization opportunities in DWPF as we ramp up to finish the mission, as well as some of the metrics that we're looking at to watch our progress as we ramp up the throughput rates in DWPF. The second slide is acronyms that you can refer to later on if you go back to look at the presentation. I'll spell out the acronyms during the discussion here, so you won't have to refer to that. So just to start off to get folks oriented with the facilities, starting in the lower, I'll have to stand probably out here, lower corner of the diagram here, that's the canyons. That's where the fuel was originally dissolved. And as part of that process, the material that wasn't needed for the nuclear materials ended up in the tank farms, which is just slightly up there. In the tank farms, currently there's sludge, which is a lot of the metals that were dissolved from the fuel, and there's salt cake and supernatant. And over the years, as the mission proceeded, that's all been concentrated and stored in the tanks. Where DWPF fits into the equation is in the middle of the diagram here. Part of what we receive directly from the tank farm is sludge. So this is the metal material. It's kind of a peanut butter consistency. It's about 10% of the waste goes directly to DWPF. The rest of the material that comes to us indirectly now that we have the salt waste processing facility, which is located here on the diagram. DWPF is in the center of the diagram. In that salt solution, there's cesium and some actinides that get carried over with the salt solution. So SWPF pulls out that what we call high activity waste. That needs to also go in the glass. So when that's removed in SWPF, that also gets sent to DWPF. So we put all the high activity waste material into the glass. The only thing that doesn't go in there is mainly salt solution, or sometimes referred to as decontaminated salt solution. That's what goes to saltstone. So what I'll be talking about today is really the material that's coming into DWPF, which is where most of the curies are. There's about 200 million curies in the tank farm. The majority of that's all going to go into the glass. Just a brief overview of the major processing tanks in the facility. As the waste comes in from the tank farm, the first place it goes is what we call the sludge receipt and adjustment tank. So we receive sludge directly from the tank farm into this vessel. We also receive the solids that get filtered out in SWPF, as well as the cesium solution that comes over. And we put that in the adjustment tank. We have to change the chemistry. It's stored in the tank farm in a caustic form because they have carbon steel tanks. We convert that to acid. That's more amenable to our process and the ability to turn the waste into glass. So we add acid, nitric acid, and glycolic acid. Now we've made a conversion, which is very beneficial to the facility, and it's helped us to increase our throughputs. Once all the chemistry is adjusted in this sludge receipt adjustment tank, it's sampled, and then we move it forward to the next vessel on the diagram, which you see is the slurry mix evaporator. This is the point where we've taken this waste now that we've prepared, and we mix it with glass formers. So in order to turn this into glass, we want to have a mix of waste and glass that'll allow the glass to immobilize the waste. So we add two kinds of frit here. On the canisters that we pour, they have an oxide layer that forms on the outside of them. So we have to decontaminate those canisters before we move them on to be welded and moved out into the storage building. We use a 10 weight percent frit solution in water, and we basically just blast the outside of the canister with a frit water mixture, and that removes that oxide layer and cleans the outside of the canister. We recirculate that and bring that back into the process. So we bring that material back into that slurry mix evaporator, and that becomes part of the mix to make the next set of canisters. There's not enough of that material to make the full recipe, so we top it off by adding what we call process Brit, which is just a higher concentration of a glass and water solution that we add to the batch. Once we get that mix of waste and glass to where it needs to be to make good glass, we do a final product sample, and at this point we make sure that When we feed that material to the melter, it's going to make good glass every time. So once that's been accepted, we do the lab analysis and the engineers look at it. We then move forward to the melter feed tank. And that really, at that point, it's qualified feed. And that just gives us a continuous source of feed to feed the melter. Ideally, we would like to always be feeding the melter. We feed it around 1 gallon per minute. And then we pull the vacuum to allow the melter to pour into the canisters. So in the perfect situation, you'd be feeding 24/7 and then pouring canisters. And you can start and stop the pour by changing the pressure in the melter. In our current situation, I'm going to talk about today, we're working on speeding up our batches. Right now, we only have enough feed to feed and pour about half the time based on our current throughput rates. So what we're going to talk about today is how we're going to increase that amount of feed available and how we're going to increase the number of canisters that we're producing every year. All right, so just a little history of canister processing. Some of you may be aware the facility went hot in 1996. And at that point, there wasn't a salt processing flow sheet at the time, so we were processing what we call sludge only. And we did that up and through 2007, while they were developing the flow sheet to be used to process the salt waste. And so at that point, the solvent extraction process was identified. And what we did in the next stage from 2008 to 2019 was what we called ARP-MCU, actinide removal process, and then the solvent extraction. And what we did there was we proved at a smaller scale that the process that you all know today as SWPF would work. So it was the same kind of chemistry, similar contactors, and that ran while the salt waste processing facility was being constructed. So we actually had real process knowledge of how it was going to operate. Obviously, salt waste processing facility is a much larger, higher capacity facility, but we ran both together. So that was what we had some blend of sludge processing going on with a smaller scale version of salt processing. One of the key things for the mission is in order to finish processing all this waste, our recipes involve always mixing the salt solution with sludge. So we got to have some sludge at the end. We don't want to get in a situation where we've used all the sludge up and we still have salt to process, because that would take a whole different processing model to be able to do that. So the facility realized, based on the timing of SWPF, that we needed to slow down DWPF canister production so that we'd have sludge to finish the mission with at the end. And the chart that you see on the right side of the diagram, that's straight out of the System Plan Rev 23, which is a publicly accessible document. But you can see where in the 2014 time period, the throughput of DWPF was scaled back to align the salt and sludge processing so they would finish at the right time at the end of the mission. So then in 2020 is when all the tie-ins happened. SWPF project was coming to a close. It was time to integrate that facility with the operating liquid waste facilities. And so there was a major set of tie-ins to replumb all the transfer lines so that we can get material in and out of SWPF. And so that was the leanest year for production, because mainly it was physical changes and safety basis changes that would allow us to operate the salt waste processing facility material. Since that time, SWPF has completed hot commissioning, now in hot operations, and they've been ramping up their throughput. So to make this all work out, as SWPF ramps up, so is DWPF canister production. Again, we want to be able to finish the salt material in 2035, and we're going to finish the sludge material in 2036. So, and we'll always make sure that we have enough sludge to finish the mission. And that's where this presentation really comes into play, because now we've got SWPF online. We're shifting gears into high speed here. So this is really now about how we get DWPF back processing at the rate of 250 to 300 canisters a year. Just like we've done in our past, we're now, with the new feed stream, now getting ready to ramp up to those same kind of throughput rates that we've demonstrated before. All right, so there's three things that need to happen to make this work. The first part is our batch cycle time. So the sludge receipt adjustment tank is the front-end tank. That right now is the bottleneck, so it takes the most time to do that processing. So we're focused on things we can do to make that go faster. Some examples are how fast we can boil off the material. So everything comes in a dilute liquid. We have to concentrate it because we want to be efficient. Eventually, when we feed the material to the melter, all that water doesn't go in the glass. There's no water in the glass. It all has to go through the off-gas system. So we have to concentrate the feed as we go through the process. And then also, we're looking at every process step we have to do to make up that batch, and where can we make it more efficient so we can squeeze down the amount of time it takes to go through a batch cycle. The second thing we need to do is we need to get more material in those sludge batches. So we're going to go faster in the first step. The second step, we're going to get more material in there, which means we can pour more canisters for this, roughly the same amount of time it takes to make up a batch. So that's the second piece that has to happen. The third thing is the facility now, if you consider cold commissioning starting in the 1993, 1994 timeframe, the facility's roughly 30 years old. There's a lot of that original equipment that's remote equipment in what we call our canyon that's obviously reaching its end of its operating life. In fact, it's operated much longer than its original design life. So we're also having to invest in the facilities to make sure we have spares on hand, work packages, people ready to replace those. And so we're seeing higher failure rates, obviously, at this point in the mission than we would have seen when the facility was brand new, just like your car needs more maintenance as it gets older than it did when it was brand new off the factory floor. So we're making investments there. Technology has obviously changed a lot in the last 30 years, so there's some of the control systems that also need to be upgraded to today's technology, and a lot of the technology at the time is obsolete, so we're doing that. We have plans in place for all that equipment. We've done a review of our equipment to identify where our greatest risks are and where we need to make those investments. So I think you were all here probably when Pete Hill, I think at the last session, he had presented the Climb to 9. For today's presentation, I'm just focusing on the bottom half of the Climb to 9, which is the DWPF throughput piece of that. One interesting thing is as SWPF transitions to the new next generation solvent and those chemicals, it actually makes DWPF's job easier. We get about half as much material out of SWPF because it's so much more efficient under their new process. So for us, it's not so much the throughput of SWPF that affects us. It's making sure we get the sludge processed within a year after we finish processing all of the salt material. So on the items here, a little bit of an eye test here on this diagram here, but basically it's those three fundamental things I talked about. It's specific things in the plant that either make the batches process faster, make bigger batches, or make it where we can fix the plant faster and have materials available so we don't have downtime due to equipment being out of service. And so we're monitoring these. We have a weekly project team meeting where we go through each one of these specific items to make sure whether it's got design on the front end or it needs procedures or it needs some kind of chemistry support done by SRNL. We make sure all those things are on track to make sure that as SWPF ramps up, so does DWPF to match. Next slide here, so just a little bit more on availability. That's a picture of this was taken before we went hot. That's the main process cell crane at the top. Down below is the canyon. Now, normally all the cell covers would be on during normal processing, but this is good to show you. This is all the process equipment. The tanks, the pump, what we call jumpers, which is piping that's either used for process fluids or actually it's also used as conduit to run electrical to all the equipment in there. Everything inside here has to be installed and removed with that crane. So basically with a crane hook and an impact wrench, we can totally disassemble and reassemble anything inside there. This is a location where people never go. So one of the items that we're focused on is the crane itself. It's also in the 30 to 35 year range, doing upgrades on it to make it reliable, because if it doesn't work, you can't use it to fix the plant. So that's a major area of focus for us. The equipment that's inside the canyon here, that's also where we're buying what we call critical spares. We're making a large investment every year to buy spare parts, so if something fails in there, we can pull out the old one and put a new one in and get back to processing as soon as possible. We have a canister welder, and you may have seen it in our presentations, that does the final seal on the canister. It needs some upgrades also. Mainly that's obsolescence, having to do with technology and computer systems that were bought in the 80s. Obviously that equipment's no longer available, so we're going to upgrade all our computer systems for that welder. And then the last two bullets here really, in summary, the mean time to failure is how fast does the equipment break, which you want that normally to be as long as possible. We're looking at reliability upgrades so that the items run longer. And the second piece of that is the mean time to repair, and that's how, if it does break, how long does it take us to get it back in service? So obviously, if you got parts on hand, you got a work package ready to go, and people trained, you can repair the equipment much faster than if you had to buy parts to try to repair the plant after it breaks, right? So we want to have the inventory on hand so we can quickly get the equipment back into service. The next thing I want to talk about is the key performance factors. So I talked about earlier the sludge receipt and adjustment tank. That's right now the bottleneck, so we're focused very much on that. The goal is to get it going faster and then move that bottleneck to the next thing and just keep chasing the bottleneck as we go faster and faster. Ultimately, where we were in the early 90s was water management, because everything comes in with water and has to be processed out. Ultimately, that's where you want to get back to, where you can make the batches so fast. All you really need to focus on is keeping the water moving. But for the SRAT, or the sludge receipt adjustment tank, the big difference now running today versus in the early 90s is we have to bring in that material from the salt waste processing facility. And so what we try to do is find out what is the optimum amount to put in. So early on, as SWPF was just starting to ramp up, we would take more than one of their transfers at a time. And that would take us one transfer takes us about a week, 2 weeks if you do 2, 3 weeks if you do 3. We were just running DWPF just to make sure we were supporting their throughput. We weren't necessarily worrying about the canister production. Now, as they ramp up to the 6 million gallon rate and the 9 million gallon rate, it becomes more and more important for DWPF to run fast too. So again, we finished the race in the right order. Normally, DWPF finished in 1 year after salt waste processing. So as we move forward into the new task order that Mike Pudney had mentioned, we're going in task order 6. This is the 8-year contract. This is the full throughput. And it finishes the majority of the waste in the tank farm. We're going to have to optimize the salt and sludge. And really what that means is we're going to focus on one transfer from SWPF for every batch of sludge that we process. And that gets us there. Now, if we have downstream equipment problems, we can always take more SWPF feed to keep them running, because we don't ever want to be the reason that they've had to shut down. But ideally, to finish all the salt in 2035, all the sludge in 2036, it's going to be a 1-to-1 sludge batch and a salt batch from SWPF. On our slurry mix evaporator, it really just goes along for the ride right now. The bigger the batches are, the more cans you blast each time. Right now we have one decon chamber in service. We're going to put the second one in. That just increased our odds of always being able to get that SME batch, slurry mix evaporator batch done faster than we can make up new batches. And then ultimately where we'll end up with is the recycle collection tank. Then it's just all the water that has to go back to the tank farm as we process. You can see that production rates here on the bottom. Right now we have about a 4-day batch, make 4.5 cans. So the melters will normally run for 4 days, and then it'll run out of feed and it'll idle for 3. Where we want to get to is where it's running the majority of the time. So if you make the bigger batches, it should be running about 6 days a week instead of 4 days a week as we move forward. All right, for performance indicators, we have even more detailed indicators that we use in the facility or that we review every week. But we basically look at the cycle time on the batches. The larger one here in red, that's the sludge receipt adjustment tank. As I mentioned, that's currently our bottleneck. You can see with the blue lines, if you do a single transfer from SWPF, SE is the strip effluent, or 2. The ones above that you see on the diagram, those are what we call super SRATs, where we put in 3 batches from SWPF as we were kind of adjusting to the early startup of SWPF. As we move forward with our optimized recipe, you're going to see us targeting here on the right just a single strip of effluent batch. You can see where we did one on batch 833. the next batch, we had some equipment downstream that was affecting us, so we went ahead and took more transfers from SWPF. But as we go forward, if you look at us a year from now, you're going to see majority of the batches were just single transfers from SWPF along with the sludge batch. And that's what will keep us on track to get back to the 250 to 300 canister a year rate. That's what we'll go. And we'll only do those bigger batches if we have something downstream of us that's being repaired. We'll keep making bigger batches just to keep SWPF running. Down in the corner here, the SME, you can see tracking the batch times there, and they really just kind of follow the lead of the sludge receipt adjustment tank. So if the sludge receipt adjustment tank batch takes longer, the SME batch will always end up waiting on feed to come forward. And then the green is the recycle. That's where we coordinate with the tank farms. So all the water from DWPF that's been involved in processing ends up going back to the tank farms, and it'll actually get reused to help make up the next batches for SWPF. So everything gets recycled. In the end, it all gets out of the system. And then when we finish the whole batch, it's really about get the salt, as I mentioned, done first, have about a year of sludge processing at the end, and then all the waste is out of the tank farms. The last metric here is we have what we call a hurricane chart. So it's an operating range that we're targeting for each fiscal year about how many cans we have to make. There's similar charts that are used for the salt waste processing facility, how much material they're processing. So as we move forward into task order 6, those curves are going to be much steeper. We're going to be targeting in the 200 to 300 canister a year range. And then ultimately, that's the indicator of where we're at as far as finishing the mission is are we hitting those system plan targets for, not only 250 to 300 a year to get all that sludge processed by 2036. All right. With that, are there any questions for the group?
Any questions around the table? Donald, we'll start with you, sir. Right here.
On the slurry mix evaporator, steam, I assume, off-gassing, what kind of contaminants would be in that? There.
Okay.
What kind of contaminants are in that off-gassing process? And does that process of off-gassing continue as it pumped into the melter?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so all the vessels go through what we call a process vessel vent system. So coming off the vessel, we first have a condenser. As we're boiling them, we're making steam. And so we don't want the steam to all go through the vent system. So we have condensers that will return the majority of that liquid, goes to what we call a slurry mix evaporator condensate tank. So that's where the water goes. And the majority of the contaminants will stay with the water and go into that tank. And eventually all that water gets sent back to the tank farm. There obviously is some contamination that's still going with the vapors past the condenser. So after that, the next process step, it goes through what we call a formic acid vent condenser. That gets some of the volatile chemicals out. They also condense, go back into our condensate system and back to the tank farms. And once it goes past there, anything that wasn't removed, we do have HEPA filters, high efficiency particulate air filters, that remove any of the radionuclides that are still in the vapor that goes out. And then that further discharges into our building zone 1 ventilation. So it gets filtered again through a sand filter before it gets exhausted to the environment. So it gets HEPA filtered twice, and then all the chemicals all get condensed out through the condensers.
Candace?
Candace Cave Cab. I'm glad I waited until the end because a lot of my questions were about the water in the process.
Okay.
So a few questions. So what happens to the filters? Like, how do you dispose of the filters that are filtering out the contaminants you talked about?
Okay. The process is set up. We call a decon waste treatment tank. And so the media itself, we can dissolve the media in all the material that's on the filters inside the building. And then all that material that's dissolved, we use nitric acid and caustic to break down the material. It goes also back to the tank farm and back. Eventually it circles its way back around and ends up in a canister. So all that's left after we get done dissolving them is just the metal frames, which have been decontaminated. And then just the metal shells end up being disposed of as low-level waste.
And so you were saying the one-to-one transfer for the sludge and the salt batch. So what is it currently? Because you said one-to-one would get us
Yeah.
mission completion?
Yeah, so just flip back here on the slides a little bit. So, oops. Trying to find that. I guess I was on that slide. So up here, you can see the bands, the single, SEPT, and the two. And then up here, these are actually three. We were doing up to 3 to 1. We were doing up to 3 SWPF batches for every sludge batch as SWPF was ramping up. And so where we want to get to is doing 1 sludge batch from the tank farm and 1 batch from SWPF. That's the ideal mix. It doesn't have to be perfect every time, but on the average, you want to try to get to a 1-1.
And my last question, how long does it take to get the batch ran through? Like what's the,
Yeah.
is it a few days, a few weeks?
Yeah, right now it's 4 to 4.5 days is what it is ideally going forward for that 1-in-1 mix. You can see on the diagram here, these are actually days on the chart here on the red. You can see where, it was taking us about 14 days to do 2, and it would take us around 21 to do 3, but we want to, so that was the first step of the improvement, was to get, if you were just going to do a regular size sludge receipt adjustment tank batch, it's 4.5. Now, when we put more material in there, it's going to take us closer to 6 days, but then we'll also be able to pour 6 days a week instead of 4 days a week. So as we move forward with our improvements on that ramp up, it's going to be about a 6-day batch that keeps the melter pouring about 6 days a week.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Shadi? You're going to have to bring that a lot closer and speak.
Hello,
into it, I'm sorry.
Shadi Shafidia, SRS CAB. I'm curious about what metrics you're using to determine if a full DWPF production would be sufficient for 2036?
Yes. So going back to this slide here, this table here comes out of System Plan Rep 23 that was just issued last year. And it actually supports, there's diagrams in there that actually show that if you, at these production rates, we'll finish all the sludge in 2036. There'll be about 8,100 canisters. As you can see on here, we're in 2023. We're slightly over halfway done already. We've got about 4,400 canisters out of the 8,100. But the system plan is what we use to model all of the waste being treated to make sure it finishes in those timelines.
I know that it's important to minimize the amount of waste that's in the tanks by your estimated completion date, but I'm curious if the model took into account other factors that may slow things down to ensure that you have a sufficient supply at that time, to take into account other.
Yeah, so the model does have an assumed attainment rate. So it has some assumptions about how available equipment will be. So, I think it assumes 75% availability. So it gives credit for time that the plant's going to break and you're going to have to fix it. That's factored in. The first melter lasted 8 years. The second melter lasted 15 years. So based on that, we actually have in the model a melter replacement outage also. So it also factored in the time it would take to change out the melter one more time if we need to. So as far as equipment availability, that's factored in. As far as the actual salt and sludge that's in the tanks, we know what went in them, but to get the precise split between salt and sludge, what happens is this won't be the last system plan ever issued. So as we retrieve tanks and we make batches, they take all that information on the salt and sludge, and they continue to run model runs. So it could be in 5 years, we find out we got more sludge or less sludge than we thought. These throughput charts will be adjusted to keep that balance in place. So that's a continued effort to model what's in the tanks and the additional data we get as we retrieve waste to factor that into the plan.
Thank you.
Okay.
Juanita?
Hi, Juanita Campbell, CAB. My question is, how much water is being used throughout this entire process? And then also, are there contingencies in the event that we end up in a drought?
Okay. Yeah, the water primarily is the water that's already in the system in the waste tanks that we're using to move the waste around. In the tank farm side, there is places where they've concentrated the waste to make it fit. Originally, there was about 100 million gallons of waste, and it's been concentrated so it'll fit in 51 million gallon tanks. So they concentrated down to like 32 million gallons. So there is some water that's added to dissolve the salt, and that's about a 3-to-1 ratio. So there's probably, in a given year, if we process 6 million gallons of feed through SWPF, that could be, a couple million gallons of water that's added. But we haven't had any issues with the water table as far as being able to add the material. It comes from wells on site, is where we get the water from, not from the river or anywhere. It's just coming from wells. As it goes through DWPF, we use steam to process, so the steam condensate adds a little bit of water to the waste, but normally it's in the range of a million gallons a year to process through DWPF, so it's not huge numbers in comparison to probably what other industries use for water. But everything that's processed in the waste all gets recirculated and gets reused to the maximum extent practical. All right?
Thank you.
Okay. Charles?
Charles Hilton, cab. On this chart, I see that your maximum production rate is going to be 320 canisters a year. That kind of frightened me to start with, because we had 130 this year, and next year we double that. But I go back and look at the chart, in 2012, you were already at 277 canisters. But it was a different place the salt solution was coming from.
Right.
Because SWPF wasn't online.
Right.
Was that waste easier to treat than what's coming from SWPF now, or is it?
It's really the same. The only difference was the pilot facility didn't make as much strip effluent as SWPF does. But when they do the next generation solvent, they're going to cut the amount of material we're getting in half. So it's really not the salt waste that's pacing us right now. It really is the sludge part of the flow sheet that's pacing how fast we run DWPF.
From this chart, it seems like the 319, that seems like a huge goal from where you're at today. But you've already been there.
Well, yeah, we've been there. And as I was explaining, we slowed down actually, because there was a time where we would have run out of sludge had we not slowed down, and we would have got to the end of the mission with salt and no sludge to mix with. So that was part of the reason we slowed down. It wasn't because the plant couldn't go faster. It was because we're trying to get that blend of salt and sludge to stay balanced. So it's only slightly higher than the 277. But the facility has made as many as 40 canisters in a month was the record that was set in the 2013 timeframe. So, and we'll continue as we proceed with the mission to optimize what we're doing to increase the throughput.
If you'll go back to the previous slide, number 4, when it goes into the Sprat, SME, and the melter feed tank, are those one tank each, or are there multiple tanks?
No, there's one tank each. So the process runs in series. So all three have to be in service.
So if any tank goes down, you've got a major problem. But I'm assuming it's just handling liquid waste, basically.
Right. So yeah, within a week or so, you would have an impact. Let's say the slurry mix evaporator. If it were to have a pump fail or agitator fail that you need to repair it, normally you've got about a week before it's going to impact the upstream tank as far as being able to do production.
And there's no plans to add additional tanks. You think you're going to have downtime, but you don't going to have to add tanks.
Correct. Right. And back to the Canyon drawing, those tanks are what are in here. So all that space is taken. There's no extra place to put additional tanks. So it's really all about making the tanks available by having ready available spare parts and packages, so that if a piece of equipment does fail, it's just a few days to pull out the old piece of equipment, put a new one in, and get back into production.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right, and we'll come back around over here.
Okay.
Candace, you had a follow-up.
So this question is about the canisters. Do you get them from a manufacturer off-site? Do you already have all the canisters you'll need, or will the availability of canisters impact your timeline?
Okay, yeah, so we buy the canisters off-site. We've had multiple vendors over the years, and then we do big batch orders. We order several years of canisters at a time. So we always have more than a year inventory in the facility and more being made. And then periodically, we put them out for bid and, as part of the DOE procurement process to always make sure we get the best value. But we do multi-year orders to make sure they're always production's way ahead of, canisters way ahead of the need that we have in the facility. And then we store them on site, so we have them available from the vendor so we can readily get canisters to keep going.
Thank you, Candace. Any other questions, comments, concerns from around the table? Any thoughts we want to share before we close this out for the day? Seeing none. Ken?
Okay, great.
Thanks so much.
All right, thank you.
All right. Up next is we've got infrastructure, so. I didn't have as much of a segue for that as I thought I was going to have. I've been thinking about something and it just didn't pan out the way I intended to. So you're on your own.
All right, good morning. Can you hear me? All right. Can everyone hear me? All right. Thank you. So I'm Donnie Barfield. I am the current acting Senior Vice President for Technical Services. So I'm going to kind of tell you a little bit what that is. So I work for SRS. Technical Services is basically broke up into the two different organizations. In Technical Services, we have what we call Project Management and Construction Services, which is our construction crafts, Oregon project management side. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about the site services side. Prior to me being appointed in this acting vice president position, I was the director of site services. So you're going to hear me talk a lot about site services today. And I'll go ahead and apologize if I sound proud of what we do. It's because I am. But it's not just SRNS. I want to thank the Savannah River Operations Office. It's a collaborative team effort to maintain our infrastructure. And Mr. Budney couldn't have teed me up any better. He mentioned the transition between EM and NNSA. He mentioned landlord services. He mentioned common infrastructure. And so I'm going to kind of give you a very high-level overview of what all that is. I've been on site for 37 years. I've only been in site services about 7 years. When I first came to site services, I was just dumbfounded. I was like, we do that? And so it covers a lot of scope. And so I hope for those of you that have been involved with the site a long time, you'll learn something new today. For those of the rest of you, this is a very high level overview. So if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me. So I mentioned a high level overview. So I'm going to kind of kick it off giving just a big picture explanation of what common infrastructure is. Back in 2021, we did a deep dive with headquarters covering the site infrastructure. We spent 2 days on common infrastructure, so I promise you, I'm not going to keep you 2 days. It's just, there's a lot of information to cover when you talk about common infrastructure. I'm going to go through explaining a plan that we laid out in 2013, what we called the Road to Green Plan, what the status of that is today, where we're headed in the future with our future infrastructure planning. And speaking of planning, I'm going to kind of walk you through, for common infrastructure, our planning process. So you kind of see how we prioritize what we work on and how we track that. I think every year for a few years, DOE Savannah River has kind of given an update on infrastructure projects that's been going on for that year. So I'm going to talk to you about a couple. Mr. Hilton, I think you mentioned roads. I'm going to talk about some road projects we've got going on, kind of give you a status of where we are with the rehabilitation of our roads. Going to talk about some electrical upgrades that we're doing on one of our systems. And then talk about Par Pond, the emergency spillway restoration work that we're doing there. And then I'll close it out kind of explaining how we're looking into the future for future missions and setting up the reliability of our infrastructure systems. Oh. Okay. All right. So when we talk about our common infrastructure and utilities, I'm just going to kind of walk just very briefly around these systems here. The first one that you see about the 10 o'clock position, when we talk about common infrastructure, we talk about steam energy. So Savannah River Site has 4 biomass plants. 3 of those are operated by Ameresco. Ameresco has 2 smaller biomass plants that are located in K&L area. Those are only operated seasonal. They're just for personal comfort, for conditioned air in those facilities. The picture that you see here in the slide, that's our big biomass plant that basically provides steam to the large facilities. Ken talked a little bit about DWPF. That's one of the providers. It's hard to see in here, but most of those areas that you see in the center gray area here, you've got H area, E area, F area, J area, S area. The biomass plant provides steam energy to those facilities. And then there's one other biomass plant that's located in Alpha area. For those of you not familiar with Alpha area, that's where the national lab is. So SRS operates that biomass plant in Alpha area. And both the large biomass that Ameresco operates and then the biomass plant in Alpha area, those run 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, unless we're in outage. One of the things that we do, I mentioned that Ameresco operates 3 of those plants. Site Services is responsible for coordinating with the Savannah River Operations Office and Ameresco if we have outages or when we're starting up the 2 seasonal plants. So we have to coordinate with the facilities. The next one here is our electrical power. So Dominion Energy South Carolina is our electricity provider for the site. Basically, they have about 64 miles of high voltage lines, 4 different lines that come on site that go to substations at 115 kV. Those transformers actually step the power down to 13.8 kV. That's where Site Services picks it up at. We pick it up at the 13.8. From the 13.8, there's about 180 miles of distribution lines that go to the various facilities. And so basically Site Services takes the 13.8 kV electricity to the facility where it's stepped down to 480 volts. Then my maintenance team handles the maintenance, repair, and operations of those substations throughout the facilities. The next one I'll talk a little bit about is facilities. So Site Services is responsible for 42 admin facilities across the site. That's anywhere from fire system maintenance, maintenance type repairs, ventilations. I will point out that there's about 200 other what we call structures. So when we say 42 admin facilities, those are just facilities that they're admin offices that people are housed in. But for an example, I mentioned the biomass plant up in the A area. There's 200 other structures like that we're responsible for. This year, we replaced 17 roofs across the site, about 20 HVAC systems, and 2 fire panel systems that had degraded. Equipment was obsolete, and we had restored with new equipment in those. Another one is primary roads. So one of the things that you don't think much about is, and it was a little bit before my time, back in the 1950s, is when all the roads were built. So most of our roads across the site, our primary roads, were the first things that were built on site. And so I'll go into a little bit more detail in a minute about some current projects we've got. But there's about 120 miles of primary road that we're responsible for maintaining. A number of water systems. Ken had mentioned earlier, I believe someone had asked a question about the water. So we're responsible for operations and maintenance on all the wells across the site. Most of our wells have redundant wells. I don't know of ever a time where we've had a drought condition because most of these wells are hundreds of feet deep, but we do have backup wells on most of our systems. But we've got domestic water, fire water, service water, process water, and another thing that a lot of folks don't really think about. This was one of the things after about 30 years of working on site, never really thought about it. When you cut your lights on, the lights come on, no issues. When you open up your sink, water comes out, no issue. But we have a sanitary wastewater treatment plant outside, on site, that Site Services operates. So this was placed in service in 1995. Close to 100 miles of sanitary wastewater lines that we maintain, along with about 50 lift stations across the site. Down in the bottom right-hand side, you'll see here, we have our own rail system. I'm not sure if we still are, but previously we had the largest rail system, private rail system in the state of South Carolina. So our rail system consists of 33 miles of track. We have 2 train engines. The one that you see in the picture on the left was actually built in 1951. We rehabilitated that in 2010. We do have our own shop on site and mechanics that maintain our locomotives. And then the last thing that I'll mention is lakes and dams. And I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about one of the projects that we've got going on. Mr. Budney mentioned one of our lakes, L Lake. To kind of orient you, if you see right there, that's L Lake. And then right up here, that's Parr Pond. I'll talk a little bit about that. We've got 2 lakes that we maintain, and then 2 high hazard dams that we're responsible for maintaining. And there again, I'll go into a little more detail about the dam project that we've got going on. Okay. All right, so back in 2013, we had done an analysis, an infrastructure analysis that basically said, how is the reliability of each one of your systems? Okay, so if you would have looked at this chart here in 2013, and I'll just point out right here, this is January 21. Here we are today, January 23. The left-hand side of this chart was basically all yellow, and there was green or red, a couple of reds in there. And basically what yellow means is that the system's operational, and it's got some minor deficiencies. And if those deficiencies were to fail, it could cause an impact to facility operations, okay? Red basically means is it's down, it's out, it's, it needs further repair. And then the green basically states is that the system's functioning properly. There might be minor deficiencies, but it's pretty much doing its function to provide services to the facility. But as I had mentioned back in 2013, just about every system on here was yellow. So we've made significant strides in the last 10 years to increase the reliability. Ken kind of made a comment about an older car. So one of the terms I like to point out is, so these systems are kind of like having a 70-year-old car, okay? If you've got a 70-year-old car, you can replace components on it, and it's still a 70-year-old car, right? It's only as reliable as the components within the system. Just like an old car, a lot of these systems, the components have become obsolete. You can't find them anymore. The manufacturers don't exist. So, we have plans, and I'll go into that planning process next, but that infrastructure alignment study that I'd mentioned earlier, basically that infrastructure alignment study takes all 12 systems, and it says, what is the unreliability of the system? What is it you need to do to bring it up to where it's more reliable? And then we track them through our planning process, which I'll hit here on the next slide. Okay, any questions on this? I know this is an eye chart to read. Okay? All right, so I wanted to just spend a couple of minutes here kind of explaining our planning process that we go through each year for our common infrastructure. So if you look at the slide, right here we talk about a risk review update. You can see that right there. So each year, twice a year, we look at each one of our systems and we do a risk ranking, okay? And basically to kind of simplify the risk ranking, we're looking at what's the probability of failure of that system, and then what's the impacts to that. And then you can see by the color coding within the chart there, it gets rated either a red, green, or yellow, and also a number scoring that helps us prioritize work on that system. And so there again, we do that twice a year in the spring and the fall. Then the next thing that we do is each year around September, around this time, as a matter of fact, I've got the new execution plan on my desk. We develop an execution plan that says, okay, so for this year, the things that we said we were going to do in the alignment study, these are the things that we're going to go work on in FY23 or FY24. So that execution plan's developed. Once we develop the execution plan, we develop a work schedule. And so our work schedule lays out each one of those projects, and it's basically fragmented out that talks about the development of designs or procurement of material or development of work packages. It's a very detailed, logic-driven schedule. We have a couple of meetings each week. One is what we call a project review meeting that looks at the status of each one of the projects. The next one that we have is a daily meeting on what work activities associated with those projects are being worked. The next thing that we do, and if you look in the center on the left-hand side, this is what we call our Site Infrastructure Engineering Dashboard. And this dashboard is actually a 2-page dashboard. So if you look there, you don't see 12 dots. But it's a 2-page dashboard. And each one of these little stoplights that you have here is attached to a system. So each month we grade the reliability of our system, either red, green, or yellow. There's verbiage down at the bottom of each one of the systems that says, hey, why is it unreliable? Or what was the improvement of the reliability? And then in the center, which is hard to see in the picture here, but you have an equal, a down arrow, or an up arrow. And basically what that signifies is, this month, what was it compared to last month? Did we make improvements? Was it the same? And then once a year, we update that dashboard, And if you look at the picture right here, remember earlier I mentioned back in 2013, most of these were yellow, and then you had one system that was red. What you're seeing is actually the dashboard from 2013. So if you remember from the previous slide, there are very few systems. There are 0 systems that are red. There are very few systems that are yellow today. And then coming on around the planning cycle is in October, we integrate the common infrastructure priorities with the program infrastructure priorities for high dollar projects. So we can prioritize those and work those as funding allows. And then in December of each year, we develop a 5-year plan. Now, I'll tell you something a little bit different that we're doing this year is for the last several years, we have developed an infrastructure plan that looked 5 years out. Okay, and basically what that plan looks like, if you were to go turn to open up the 5-year plan, you would see it's broke down by those 12 systems, and then what projects in 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28 that we're expecting to work during those years. This year, we developed a what we're calling a long-term plan. And so, we have missions now that look out to somewhere around 2060, 2065. So most of what we have looked at over the last few years is how reliable is that system today? Is it performing its function today? Could it perform its function 5 years? Now we're looking out, 40 years and trying to forecast the reliability of the systems for long-term projects. Okay? Any questions on this? Okay. All right, so I mentioned at the beginning I was going to cover a couple of projects. The first one that I'll start with is road repaving. And I will say that prior to 2017, most of our roads had not been paved since the early 1990s, okay? So since 2017, we have made significant progress in our road repaving. And just to give you a couple of examples, so let's see, in 2017, we ended up repaving Road 2. And if you're familiar with the plant, this up here is the New Ellington Barricade. Road 2 comes off of Whiskey Road through the site. That road was paved in 2017. It was about 8.9 miles is what we did. In 2019, there's another road that you see right here that is green. Green signifies that we have completed rehabilitation of that road. That is Foxtrot Road. That was done in 2019, and that's about 5 miles is what Road Foxtrot was. In 2019 also, we did Charlie Road. And so if you're familiar with Jackson, South Carolina, or the Jackson Barricade, this is Road 2 that comes into the site. This is the Jackson Barricade. This is Road 2 coming into the site. That was completed in 2019. That was about 4.7 miles. And then the last one that we did in 2022 was Road 4. And Road 4 is really, if you go back to the original Common Infrastructure presentation slide, I showed you where the main operating facilities are on site. Road 4 is one of the main roads that goes between areas. And then I'm happy to announce that this year we've completed close to 11 miles of roads. We've done what's known as Echo Road, and that's the little connector that you see right here between 2 Road and 4 Road. That's Echo Road right there between 2 Road and 4 Road. And then probably one of our, I'll say probably one of our worst roads, but not as heavily trafficked as the others, was B Road, Bravo Road. So if you're familiar with Barnwell, this is the Barnwell barricade down here coming on site. There's Parapon and there's L Lake. And we will wrap up, Echo Road is complete. We will wrap up Bravo Road this week. As a matter of fact, they're completing striping on that road as we speak. So significant progress in roads. You notice down in the bottom, I mentioned that we've got about 17.5 miles of top priority paving for our primary roads left. There's about 84 miles total of roads that have not been yet paved. Okay? Any questions on the road project? All right. All right, so talk a little bit about the river water system. So, the primary purpose of our river water system back in the startup of the site was to provide cooling water to the 5 primary reactors. We actually had 4 pump houses. 3 were located down on the Savannah River, and you can see the 3 right down here. 681.5 Gulf was mainly used to provide water to the D area power plant back in the day before Amoresco was placed in service. The other 2 that are next to it, 681 3G and 681 1G, were still in service at the time. After the reactors shut down in the early 90s, we went down to 1 pump house. We shut down 6G, and we also shut down 1G. We shut these 2 down, and then the only pump house that we had left was 681 3G. So all of these river water pump houses had huge pumps. As a matter of fact, each pump had the capability of putting out 32,000 gallons per minute, okay? So you could imagine the electricity these pumps pulled. So after the reactors went down and we shut the other 3 pump houses down, we left 1 up, we actually downsized the pumps as needed to provide to the missions. So significant cost savings from an electrical usage standpoint. But the problem that we had was much of the electrical equipment inside that facility was still the 1950s electrical equipment. We had some catastrophic failures on the electrical equipment in the pump house. And so a couple of years ago, we started a project to upgrade that electrical system for the river water pump house. You can see in the picture to the left, this was the old original 1950 switchgear equipment inside that building. This was the original equipment. The picture in the center is actually the new switchgear that we've got setting in place now, and we're in the process of doing the electrical tie-ins. Up in the top right picture, these transformers are actually operated by Dominion Energy. Those transformers are part of this project to replace there again. Those transformers were 1950 era transformers, and so we've ended up replacing both of those, and we are currently working on the electrical tie-in. Schedule today is about mid-spring of next year. We plan to have this project completed. All right, so you see here in this picture here, it just shows one of the new transformers that we've installed along with Dominion Energy. And And this was a collaborative effort because you could imagine the outage that was required to shut down the water system for Dominion to bring in their equipment, tie it in, and for us to bring the facilities back up. So here again, Dominion is responsible for electricity, 115 kV to the substation. This system actually steps it down to a 4160 volt system, and that's SRS's responsibility. We pick it up on the load side of the substation at the 4160 volt switchgear. Okay? Any questions on this? All right. And so the last project I'll cover is the Parr Pond Emergency Spillway Restoration. You know, one of the things that amazes me when I see this picture is when I think of a pond, I think of a country pond, a country fishing pond. You see how huge this is. And so back in 2018, we did what was called a potential failure mode analysis. It's a process that FEMA uses to evaluate dams across the United States. And one of the most significant recommendations that came out of that evaluation was restoring the emergency spillway. And what I'll try to paint here is, so I'd mentioned Bravo Road earlier, the road that come from Barnwell Barricade. This is Bravo Road that you see right here that runs right in front of the dam. Here's the dam right here. This is about 60 feet, the height of the structure from basically about the roadway up to the dam. And so the emergency spillway is right about here. It's right above the dam. And basically what it does is it provides a point that if the water level in Parr Pond gets to a certain level, it actually lets it overflow around the dam instead of breaching the dam and causing damage to the dam. So, and I'll show you a picture on the next one, but basically it goes from the top of the dam around to the bottom of the spillway is what this restoration project does. It goes from about here around, and so here is a picture of the past, because as of this week, we've completed restoration of the spillway other than seeding. But you can see in the background, you can see riprap that they're installing, which is part of the filtration berm in the back. And to kind of orient yourself, the pond is actually to the left of that front end loader. And basically it just comes around into the top of the dam. Okay? And so like I said, all the construction work, this was a significant effort. This is about 50 acres. And if you would have seen this before, this picture here, it was nothing but trees, large trees. So we worked with the U.S. Forestry Service on site. They actually ended up cutting a lot of trees out of here. And then we had construction come in and clear and grub the area. And that's what you see happening there. Okay? So I mentioned earlier, where we're headed. I think there again, this is a very high-level overview of the utilities. I've got a little slogan in site services. I say, we make the missions possible. And so you can see with all the utilities that I kind of just breezed over earlier, those utilities are very critical for the site operations and also environmental compliance. And so keeping these systems reliable for future missions is very critical. We recognized, if you go back to the Road to Green map that I showed you, roadmap that I showed you earlier, you would say, well, Donnie, what's the problem? Everything looks like it's green, but keep in mind that green is today. that the system is reliable today, it's performing its function, but it's still that 70-year-old car. So one of the efforts that we've got going forward, I mentioned earlier about having the long-term investment projection plan dashboard. So one of the other dashboards that I showed you earlier, that dashboard will now be replaced with our long-term dashboard, looking at how do these systems, how will these systems be capable of providing long-term, reliable services, and the recapitalization and prioritization of those projects will go more toward long-term mission planning and making sure that we can support the rest of the facilities. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Starter.
John Thomas, CAB. Thank you for the presentation.
Yes, sir.
You started off talking about the 42 facility buildings, but 200 others. What's the difference between those two?
Yeah, so when I speak of 42 administrative facilities, those are just admin. Those are where folks are in their offices, in their cubicles, and we classify those as administrative facilities. We have 200 other structures, which may be, for an example, a fire water pump house. That fire water pump house, it has an HVAC system in it, it has a roof, it has a fire alarm panel in it, but there aren't folks housed in that building. So that's kind of an example, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
sir. Okay.
thanks. The other question I had was, I was down at Cracker Neck this past weekend, and crossing over the railroad tracks, there's CSX that's listed for phone number in case. What's their involvement in railway?
So that rail that runs through I guess that would be the west side of 125, that is just the pass-through for CSX.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's
yeah.
not part of those
Yeah,
railways?
and they do have I guess I'll call it a drop-off point. Over near the Barnwell Barricade, there's a drop-off point we call mile marker 1, and if there's equipment via rail that's either coming off plant or going off plant, we drop rail cars there for CSX to pick them up, and then vice versa. They drop them off at mile marker 1, and then our rail system goes and picks them up.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep,
Okay.
good, thank you.
Okay, yes, sir.
Phyllis?
Phyllis Britt, CAB. I'm just curious, you were talking about the sanitary wastewater treatment
Yes,
plant
ma'am.
on site. When that process is completed, where does the water go? Where does the result go?
The waste?
Well-
Yeah, so the waste goes over to the burial ground in E area. It goes on a drying bed, and then, after it's dried, we clean that up, place it in containers, and it goes over to the burial grounds.
Okay, so nothing goes to Horse Creek wastewater treatment plant?
I'm not familiar with Horse Creek.
Creek serves all of Aiken County.
Okay. No, this is our wastewater.
Totally on site.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, going around, we'll go to Jim.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Jim Gale, CAB. I'm trying to get a sense of what the maximum draw from the Savannah River itself would be to support the activities as they currently exist. I know you've outlined what the current mission is, but at the same time, I'm finding that the river water on slide 3 is shown at 7,500 gallons per minute.
Yeah,
Sounds like a lot of water.
Yeah, that's maximum capacity. I'll have to get you an answer for that. I do not know what we normally draw off the river, during normal operations.
Okay, but the 7,500 is a capacity?
Yes,
number?
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Phyllis, did you have a follow-up? No. Any other questions, comments? Oh, Mike.
Hey, Donnie, I want to say first, I appreciate the challenging work you do in maintaining facilities that were built in the 50s. My doctor reminds me how hard it is to maintain something that was built in the 50s every time I go see him. And I want to thank you especially for fixing my air conditioning in my office this year. When it got August, it got stuck on like 59 degrees. I started wearing a fleece to work. Makes you look a little eccentric wearing a fleece to work in August in South Carolina. And so the question is, after we do the site transition and NSA is responsible for the site, will I still get the same level of service?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
that's all I want to make sure.
Even if I'm retired,
All right.
I'll come back in. All right. All right, thank y'all. Appreciate it. Oh, I'm sorry.
Candace.
I might have missed it, but how many people on your staff? It just seems like a lot of
So
things.
so this is a very complicated question.
And do you have enough? Do you have enough employees?
So I never have enough employees. Okay. So I will say to maintain the common infrastructure, and it's really hard to segregate it out because, for an example, if I'm making a modification to a system, I use design engineering. Okay. I don't have design engineering on my staff 7/24, and so there are other groups that I draw from, but I would say probably permanent employee for maintaining the common infrastructure systems is probably about 200 people. I have about 1,000 in my whole organization, but we also maintain the maintenance and work planning in the facilities, but just for the common infrastructures, it's probably a couple of hundred people, okay?
And you have support service contractors that you work with that, like if the road needs paving.
That's right.
And grass cutting and all those things.
That's
and
right.
Fixing Mike's air conditioner.
That's right. That's right. Okay?
All right. Any other questions, comments, concerns around the table? Donnie,
All right.
thanks so much.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
All right. Like we pointed out a minute ago, we're running a little bit ahead. Why don't we take a 10-minute break, stretch your legs, and we'll come back. No, I'm kind of tired of it. It's close enough to 2 minutes. We're going to get going. All right. So a little earlier, we had a brief mention of solar, and that came from Phyllis, and she said, I had some questions about solar that didn't get asked, and I probably pushed her off and said, don't worry about it, we're going to get to it. Today's the day. So here we are. We've got our next presenter coming up. We'll get through this. We'll take a lunch break, and we'll be good to go for the rest of the afternoon. How's that sound? Good? All right. Sir, it's all yours.
Good morning. So it is good to be here with you today to share a brief update on the recent progress that the site has made in the area of sustainability. So my name is Daniel White. I'm the Strategic Planning Manager for Site Services, which currently also includes sustainability integration. I've been on site for almost 15 years in total, but I've been with SRNS and Site Services for just over the last 4.5 years. So ultimately, I roll up to Donnie Barfield, who you just heard from in the organization. So when we get to the questions portion, since Donnie's in the room, I'm going to give him an opportunity to chime in as well. I'm sure he appreciates that. So let's see. There we go. All right. So agenda items for today's discussion. So first, we're going to cover the drivers of our efforts on site in the area of sustainability, resiliency, and clean energy. Then we're going to touch on our strategy toward meeting those objectives that are presented in those drivers. So then we'll highlight quickly some of the key efforts that are currently ongoing towards carbon pollution-free energy. And then I also want to show what SRS has accomplished to be leading the complex, as we're saying, in government vehicle fleet electrification. And finally, we'll conclude outlining some of the known challenges that we have going forward. All right. So let's start with the drivers, or some of the drivers behind the efforts. So the DOE Order 436.1 Alpha for departmental sustainability is the flagship document outlining the requirements, expectations of the department, as well as flowing those requirements down to DOE contractors. So below that, you see several executive orders, which also provide guidance and direction in support of the various initiatives. But I want to pay particular attention to the last two that we have listed here. So the Energy and Security Act outlines what ECMs, or energy conservation measures, are. And that follows up with the Energy Independence and Security Act of 2007, and the ESA for short. The ESA requires periodic energy audits on selected facilities, and a key output of those audits is the identification of those energy conservation measures for the facility. And we'll see more about that on the next slide. But further, this legislation is the source of the annual site sustainability plan that each site around the complex develops in accordance with the guidance from the department. All right, so moving on to our strategy for initial implementation. We've got it outlined here. So some of these are small scopes that you can see that can be implemented relatively easily, and some, as you can see, are larger and potentially have more impact. In the area of sustainability, we have ramped up our implementation of those energy conservation measures, which are just what they sound like. So to include, as you can see, LED replacements of fixtures across the site in certain strategic facilities, wholesale replacement of HVAC units with newer units, and continued completion of ECMs. So working those ECMs, those projects that support those energy conservation measures, into our annual improvement cycle. So in the area of resiliency, focus on our larger HVAC systems, replacing those with more efficient systems. So these would be your large air handling units, things of that nature, supporting our larger buildings. And also replacement of critical electrical grid components with newer, more efficient components. Some of the electrical components in particular, transformers and other things, are very old. Some are still nearly original to the site. So replacing those with newer, more efficient components. So our strategy towards The last bullet there, achieving clean energy, includes the pursuit of both small and large-scale solar power generation on site, which I know everyone is interested in. And in addition to collaborating with the Federal Energy Management Program to learn and share new developments of ongoing efforts with other sites across the complex. And we have applied and continue to pursue federal grant funding, as you can see there, designated for federal clean energy efforts. And we also continue to explore alternative options where fossil fuel burning equipment is currently being utilized. So. All right, in the area of carbon pollution-free energy, we want to point out that key ongoing efforts include that the site has developed a sustainability working group and a sustainability steering committee. Okay, and the sustainability working group meets monthly to discuss ongoing and upcoming efforts and initiatives in the area of sustainability, of course. Members include representatives from organizations including the department, SRS, the National Lab, and other stakeholders on site. So it's a very collaborative effort. In FY23, SRS developed a CFE implementation plan in support of the department's goals, which in the near term includes some of the things that you see listed here, that 10 megawatt solar field, which would be potentially located in Alpha area. We're reviewing opportunities to implement that through a utility energy savings contract, and working on that in the coming year, conducting discussions with our utility providers, ongoing with them. Some of them have experience with developing solar and with working UESCs. So what's new to us is not necessarily new to them. And again, with the FEMP and also consulting with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for support. And then beyond the near term and the long term, in addition to the 10 megawatt solar field, something more along the lines of a utility scale solar field has potential. Okay, so we want to take a moment to highlight the government vehicle fleet electrification and how SRS is leading the complex. So we have been working on phase one. We have exceeded the 10% government-owned vehicle light-duty fleet conversion to zero-emission vehicles with 116 ZEVs ordered and 113 currently on site. So that's about 18% of the light-duty fleet now having been converted to ZEVs. So ZEV, zero-emission vehicle again. And we've also been working on strategic placement of 3 charging stations across the site. Future phase development is currently in progress. We have contracted a third party with experience in this area, bringing them in the coming year for a full fleet electrification study with implementation actions to follow. And we'll see a little bit more on charging stations in the next slide. You see a few of the details there. Charging stations in service in Bravo area, those are 8 level 3 stations with capacity to charge 8 total vehicles at once. And then in area, we've got 4 level 2 chargers that are also in service. In Alpha area, we are wrapping up construction and startup of the level 2 chargers, and there are 4 of those there. And so then a little bit more of the same information on the next slide. We talked about phase 1 and then broader development in the next 6 to 12 months, that third-party contractor that's coming in and moving on through the next cycle. All right. So we have included a few photographs just to give you a representation of our fleet electrification progress. So on the 17th of July this year, we held a ribbon cutting at our newly completed in-area charging stations. This is in the center of the site, if you're not familiar. This is the second of the 3 charging stations facilities, again, that have been constructed. So we've got a few more pictures to highlight. And if you're not familiar with charging stations, as I was not before we started this project, here's a picture on the left of the in-area level 2 charging stations that we completed in July. middle picture there is the slightly larger level 3 charging station. Now, one of the key differences is the level 2 charging station charges effectively, but slower than level 3. Level 3 charges more rapidly. And then a picture on the far right there was several weeks ago. We're a lot farther along than that now, but that's the A area charging stations under construction. And further than that, a couple of more pictures. We've got a shot there of our promotional Ford Lightning ZEV that we're using to spread awareness in the community. And then also another picture of one of our F-150s charging at the new in-area charging station. So some challenges going forward in the area of sustainability. Achieving DOE complex-wide goals. So this is a challenge for every site across the complex. We have goals set throughout the department of achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, as you can see, 100% CFE by 2030, 100% light-duty ZEV acquisitions by 2027, and further than that, we've got future increases to power costs that are expected, of course unknown, but typically increase at 2 to 3% per year, and certainly unlikely to decrease as time goes on. And fuel costs also continue to rise, as we're all aware. So continued and increasing implementation and integration of the requirements outlined in the order through the also through the annual site sustainability plan. More actionable scope is now being added to that plan, and so working through that going forward will be one of our tasks. We did put together in FY23 an implementation plan in response to being contractually transmitted the new order. So we have drafted that, talked about all the things that it would take to implement the requirements of the order, and have passed that back to the department for their review. So, and then finally, of course, budget prioritization through the direct and indirect processes is necessary, as with any effort. And with that, that is all I have.
Any questions around the table? John, we'll start with you. John Thomas, CAB. Thank you for the presentation. I have what they call charging anxiety, so I don't have an electric vehicle. But what's the difference to get to a full charge in this level 2 to level 3? What's the timing difference?
I don't know off the top of my head the timing difference. It's hours, not minutes.
Oh, okay. And are there enough charging stations for all the vehicles?
No. So that's part of what we were talking about, the third-party contractor that we've brought in to evaluate where we're going to strategically place and how many we're going to strategically place around the site moving forward. The ones that we chose, it was pretty low-hanging fruit to choose the first 3 areas. It was pretty clear, based on where vehicles are used, where they're stored at night, things of that nature. So identifying those areas, we were able to do ourselves. But going forward, we are counting on that third-party contractor.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And Phyllis?
Phyllis Britt, CAB. I have a couple of questions. One about solar power. How much and how quickly will the dollar amount change for the site using solar? And how much will it actually cover compared to what you're buying from Minion?
So that's a great question, and that is still being determined at this point. So I don't have a definitive answer for you.
And my second question is also about the charging stations. Where does that electricity come from?
So that's a fair question. It comes straight off of our electrical distribution grid. That ultimately comes from, the purchase portion comes from Dominion Energy, and the on-site generation portion comes from whatever comes off of the biomass cogeneration facility.
Okay, because neither of those is green.
That's correct. So one of the challenges that we talked about is working closely with DESC, which I know Mr. Budney has played an active role in working with them, encouraging them to take a look at how they operate and how they're going to get to a zero carbon state.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
And we'll just go over to Bobby.
Bobby Williams, cab. Are the employees on site going to be trained on using these electric vehicles?
Yes.
And how is that going to be done?
So far, those of us who have been trained go through about a half hour, 45-minute training with someone who is qualified to show us the ins and outs of the vehicles, the differences between an EV and an internal combustion vehicle. And then we actually get in the car and take a little drive and get a chance to maneuver about the site in the vehicle ahead of being turned loose to go on our own. So we do that. So far, we've done that with each individual.
So
I actually did that training myself, too, and
okay.
first getting that Tesla, and they shut the door on me, and I couldn't figure out how to get out. So
They are different. They are very different.
So
A lot.
So everybody that's going to operate that vehicle has to have a card stating that they've been trained, or?
We haven't implemented an official card carrying, there's no
Okay.
special license for driving an EV, no.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll come down further with Sade.
Like, what federal application did you submit? And kind of like, what are the initiatives behind that?
So the federal application that we submitted is called Effect Funding, and I couldn't tell you the name of the total layout of the acronym there, but it is a funding stream that is identified for federal sites in the area of energy efficiency. So we have applied. It's something that's complex-wide. All the sites are invited to apply. Many have. Some have received some funding so far. There are different phases to the funding cycle. So the first phase is kind of a planning phase, and then there's a pot of money for that, and then there's a larger pot of money, of course, for implementation down the road after that. So we have applied for, I'll call it the first phase of that, and we're waiting on feedback.
Thank you. I'm also curious about the recruiting process and kind of the composition of your current sustainability working group and steering committee.
Sure. So when we put the working group together, we've teamed up with the department, of course, and developed charters for both the working group and the steering committee. And in the development of those charters, we decided to invite pretty much all of the large stakeholders on site to come join the group. So we've reached out to them, and many of them have. They attend the group's meetings monthly for the working group, not for the steering committee. They attend the meeting monthly where we give an update on the different initiatives, more specific than what we see here. And so that's, we have had, I don't know, Donnie, probably 20 people on average attend the meetings each month, so, from the different areas.
Thank you. I'm also curious about the development of the annual site implementation plan.
Yes, so sorry. The sustainability plan, the annual sustainability plan is something that the site has been doing for a while, but it is changing with the release of the new Order 436.1A. That's actually coming into, we're actually going to handle that a little bit differently than we have in the past. The department has always provided guidance on the development of that document, and so the output is in alignment with the guidance, so that will still be the case. But in addition to that, we're also starting to roll in that actionable scope that we were talking about, so the energy conservation measures, efforts, and the things of that nature. So that's how that's changing.
Thank you. I see like a lot of initiatives for sustainability around energy efficiency. Do you guys have any initiatives around conservation? And is like pollinators a part of that?
I don't know if pollinators.
Should think about it.
I don't know if pollinators has been a portion, but yes, conservation certainly. Conservation certainly regarding energy and water. We didn't talk about that a lot today, but also conserving water. On one of the slides there, talked about replacing some of the old, sometimes very old pipes underneath the ground that are prone to leak. So improvements there certainly help us conserve water.
Thank you.
Okay. Juanita?
Hi, thank you for your presentation. So my question is, I appreciate the fact that we are now updating to electric vehicles, but I do have some concerns as well. How long is the battery life in an electric vehicle? And also, is there some sort of ongoing contract when it's time for the vehicles to be updated and replaced?
Excellent question. So I'll address the second one first. So all of the vehicles that we get on site in the fleet are still brought on the same way that we bring in the internal combustion. So it's all through the GSA. So yes, that's the vehicle that brings the vehicles to us, and we keep them for the prescribed amount of time, and then the GSA takes them back and replaces them with new. So no change operationally with that. Now, how long the battery lasts is an interesting question. Of course, it depends on how it's driven. I have seen personally driving around that they actually last a pretty long time. Now, I don't have one as my personal vehicle, so I have only driven these on site. But we typically, as a rule of thumb, we take them on over to the charging station when they get down to about 20%, right? We don't want them to drop too low. So I don't think that I think I have only, and I drive the vehicles every week at one point or another, and I don't think I have plugged up a charging station to a car, into a Tesla, only twice, I think. So it's not, they do last a pretty fair amount of time. We do have, one of the nice things about EVs is that in the vehicles and in the charging stations, a plethora of data is available that doesn't exist necessarily with internal combustion vehicles. So we are leveraging that, and we are working closely with our charging station vendor and the data from getting the data from the stations and the vehicles, so that we can improve that going forward. So there have been some wrinkles to iron out in that process, but we're actively working on that, making progress, and we expect that to continue to improve.
Thank you. Now, does that mean that GSA is also handling the batteries if they need to be replaced?
They do handle the maintenance on all of our vehicles regardless of power source, so yes.
Okay. And Charles?
Charles Hilton, Cab. I think you just answered my question, but I have a lot of concern. My understanding is there's 1,000 pounds of batteries in those cars. Do we have a disposal path for those? That's not SRS, but that is a major problem. I don't think we do it this time. What we're going to do how are we going to dispose of all these batteries?
Excellent question. Not on site. Fair point. At this point, we have not defined that path.
We'll come back around over here to your left. Candace?
Sure.
Candace Cave Cab. So one of my questions is, can the charging stations operate off of solar power? Is there a way to integrate those?
We have explored that some, and so we believe that is the case. We have not implemented that yet or plan to implement that as of yet, but yes, we do believe that's the case.
All right, and so my other question is more about maintenance, I guess. So what is the plan to maintain the actual charging stations and the solar fields and things like that? Will that fall under current maintenance department, or will there be like a special sustainability
The solar
department?
fields, and Dustin can help me with this, I believe will be handled through the UESC.
Dustin Thomas at DOE oversight sustainability. And I was going to talk about the charging stations for a couple of points as well, but as solar, we're looking at the utility scale. It's going to be covered by the power company, because that's going to be done under a different contract. But for the smaller, it's going to be handled on site. And charging stations, you were asking about the difference between level 2 and level 3. The level 2 charger is going to charge your vehicle overnight. You're talking 10 hours to plus, maybe to 13 hours to get a full charge. Where level 3 is going to be 1 to 2 hours for your charging rate. So just kind of give you a comparison about where they go.
Okay. All right. Shadi, did you have another follow-up? Nope. Okay. Any other questions, comments, concerns around the table that you want to share? Any other thoughts? See none. Daniel, thank you so much. All right. So we are running a little bit early, so we're going to make sure that we make the best use of this time. Kurt, if you could contact your folks and just make sure that they know we're going to start back at about 30 minutes early, we'll be good to go. So it's 11:45 roughly now. Let's start back at 1:15. 1:15. We'll be back in the room. All right. Have a great lunch, folks. Enjoy Aiken, all Aiken has to offer. colleagues on the internet who are watching for the recording for posterity, and for Heather's sanity when she goes and does the meeting minutes and she doesn't text me furiously, what did that person say? I don't know, the microphone was real low. So if you just make sure that not only is it on, but it is pointed at your mouth. If you're speaking to the side, we are doing things incorrectly. It's got to be pointed directly at you to catch you. Otherwise, the sound guys have to turn the microphone up. We get feedback. It becomes a whole thing. Everybody cringes. Directly into it, please. Greg, you had something that you wanted to add?
Yes, thank you, real quick. I wanted to thank our benefactor for bringing snacks for us today. It makes it a much more collegial and pleasant environment, and is much appreciated, and I think it contributes to our productivity. So thank you, benefactor.
All right. And with that, are y'all ready? Everybody have a good lunch? We're ready to get started? Carrie, let's go.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to put this here in case I need to jot down a note for something I need to follow up on. My name is Carrie Crawford. I am the SRS Solid Waste Program Manager, and I'm here to talk to you about an occurrence an evolution we're going through that's not normal for us, and we're spending a lot of time to plan it out and make sure we get it done correctly. But there was a half pack, and I'll explain some of this terminology in a minute, a half pack that we shipped to the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant in New Mexico, the WIP site, where we ship our transuranic waste, that was recently returned to us, and we've got to do some evolutions to get it opened up and remediated. And it's been in the news some, so we thought there might be some interest in the cab learning more about it, so that's why I'm here today. So, and it'll be fun trying to point on both screens, so I apologize right now for trying to do that. So as I mentioned, the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant, that is where we ship our transuranic or true waste from the Savannah River side as well as across the DOE complex. We ship them waste in transportation casks. They're called true packs or half packs, and a half pack is literally half the height of a true pack. So we did this shipment that had 2 true packs and a half pack. When it was received at WIP, they found some contamination inside the inner containment vessel, which is not an expected occurrence. And it wasn't a lot of contamination, but any contamination is bad. So they've been working on plans to return it to us, and we've been working. So I'm going to point out a few things on this schematic here of the half pack here, and let's see if I can do it around over here. Kind of, sort of, not as well. So this outer shell is the outer containment vessel. Do it over here. I'm having trouble on this side. There we go. Outer containment. And then there's the inner, which is this, that has the waste inside of it. So it was inside this inner containment vessel that the contamination was found. No contamination was found outside of the half pack. It was all inside the inner containment vessel, which has not been opened. Okay, so a little more background. This half pack, 506, which is this happens to be a picture I got off the internet of half pack 506, the one we're talking about. Empty in this picture. We shipped it to WIP, and it contained 1 standard waste box, or SWB. And this other picture here is what a typical standard waste box looks like. That contains waste from Savannah River site that we shipped in August. Well, first of all, we packaged it in October of 2012. Due to the WIP shutdown in 2014, we weren't able to ship it to WIP until last August. Then in September, they were going through their procedure and found the contamination. But let me back up. Before that, we found no contamination at Savannah River site associated with this standard waste box at any point from 2012, from the time it was packaged, until we packaged it into the half pack for shipment. We do periodic surveys, no contamination found during any of our periodic surveys. When we characterized it, the surveys performed then, no contamination found. No contamination was found inside the ICV when we were packaging it. And during that packaging process, we did some follow-up surveys after we got the word from WIP that they had found contamination. And we found, again, no contamination. So we're all very interested once we get it open to see what happened. So timeline. I mentioned October 2012 was when we packaged it. Then August 22 is when we actually shipped it to WIP. September, they initiated the receipt process. That's when they found the contamination. And let me point out this red circle here. The picture is not necessarily great in here, but it's a radiological assessment filter. What happens is when this, so we have here's a picture of a half pack, not the same one, but this lid here is taken off of the outer vessel, and then a sample is pulled using this RAF, radiological assessment filter, to see do they find any contamination inside that inner containment vessel. When they did that at WIP in September of last year, that's when they detected 46 disintegrations per minute, D per M, of alpha contamination inside the ICV. It's not a lot of contamination, but it is contamination. And they did repeat that survey and found it multiple times. So we know it wasn't stray contamination from something else. It was pulled from this half pack. So since then, WIP has been working to get approval to ship the half pack back to us. And they received that approval just this last June. And to ship it back to us, they had to remove the ICV from the outer containment vessel of 506, put it into the outer containment vessel of a different half pack, because they never opened the ICV. They put it into a different one, and then that's what they shipped back to us. So the outer of what they shipped to us is actually 507, if anybody cares, but the inner is 506. And so we've been working with them to plan this evolution, sorry. And as part of that, we did receive this half pack 503 in this picture, which is empty. And we've been using that to do mock-ups for our evolution with the actual contaminated half pack. To do those mock-ups, and I've got some more pictures, but there's a lot involved with opening up the half pack, doing the same sort of raft check. We will do that, and we're going to be doing that in a containment hut. We'll have to remove, sleeve the equipment, because we don't want anything to get contaminated. If there is any gross contamination inside, we want to protect everything, all of our equipment, and the half pack. All that'll be sleeved. It'll come out. The SWB, the standard waste box, will be wrapped. And so all that is what we're doing to mock up, to prepare for the evolution. So moving on, we have started doing the mock-ups. Here's a picture of our containment hut here. We did receive half pack 506 last month. It got to us at the end of the month, and it's ready and waiting for us to work on. This month, we've been focused on finishing our mock-ups, doing our management assessments, making sure we have everything ready, and we anticipate being able to start work actually next week to actually begin the decontamination, the opening, seeing how much contamination we find inside the ICV, bringing out the SWB, and trying to figure out what happened. So what we expect to see, here's a schematic of the SWB itself, the closure. There's a gasket, and actually in this picture here, this black line on the lid, that's the gasket. And you can see here there's a joint in the gasket. That's one of the pathways that we're projecting could be where the contamination came from, that it was pulled out of this container by the vacuum pressure that's applied during the receipt process. Or the other potential is this filter plugs, which there are pictures here on the schematic here. Pictures there. That's another pathway that the contamination could have come out. SWBs are very robust containers. The steel construction, we do not expect there to be integrity issues, that there's any hole or breach of the container. We really think those are the pathways, but we'll know more once we actually get it out. Meanwhile, the waste stream that this SWB is part of has been paused. So we've got about 60 containers that we can't ship to WIP until we do this evaluation, determine what caused the problem, And then once we'll work with them, once we know that, to get that waste stream turned back on and be able to ship those remaining containers to WIP. The other thing we're going to do after we finish the evaluation is, of course, share any lessons learned that we have from what caused this event with the rest of the DOE complex, the other true waste generators. This is the first instance that we're aware of that contamination has come from an SWB. I know other DOE sites, not Savannah River site, but other DOE sites have had drums that have been determined to be breached when they're removed from the true packs at WIP, and those were returned. This is the first time that there's been an SWB with any sort of contamination found. So everyone in the complex is very interested to find out what exactly happened here. So to summarize, we've got the ICV 506 was returned to the Savannah River site within half-pack 507. We're going to evaluate what happened, what caused the contamination to come out of the standard waste box inside the ICV, and then we are going to also decontaminate the half-pack so we can return it to WIP for continued use of shipping true waste throughout the complex and share any lessons learned we have. So I kind of went through that quickly. What questions do we have? And does that mean question?
It does. We can start with, we'll start with Candace and work our way around.
Thank you for that. I know it's tough answering questions that you don't really know the answers to just yet. Hypothetically, could the contamination be due to the long waiting process for shipment? Could something have broken down over time?
So certainly that's something we're interested in. Is there a gasket concern? And if so, that would have ramifications across the complex.
All right. Now, did the outer shell of 506 come back as well?
No.
Just the inner part?
Just the inner, inside a different outer. Like Russian dolls, if you...
And about how long have the other 60 or so containers been waiting for shipment?
Same amount of time.
Since 2012 or so?
Or earlier, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. She steal your question? Oh, well. Madeline?
We're just going to keep moving down the table. Or
I missed this one. I already called her over here. Then we'll come back to John. Sorry.
Sure?
Madeline, yep.
Okay. Madeline Kellett, South Carolina DHEC. I'm assuming, you have a spot where you're going to be opening it and looking at everything. Is there going to be anything in place for monitoring the area around where you're opening it, just to make sure that nothing else leaks into the environment?
So we're doing this, and let me move back, within a containment hut. So all of the airflow will be from this area through HEPA filters and monitoring the area, and the staff will be wearing the appropriate PPE based on the levels that are found.
Okay, and then will there be anything outside of the hut, just like as a worst-case scenario?
Just their standard RADCON measures, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
We'll come back over here. Sorry, John.
John Thomas, CAB. I was just wondering how many people are involved in this? How big's the team, and?
Oh, my.
I mean, are we talking hundreds or 10 or?
Not hundreds, but we have several operations staff. We have several RADCON staff, of course, safety personnel, IH personnel, rigging staff that run the crane for lifting the heavy cask and whatnot. We also have WIP staff from the mobile loading unit because they have the authority over that container, and we need to make sure the container is managed properly. And then, of course, we have lots of oversight by both Department of Energy Savannah River and Carlsbad Field Office. So there's certainly tens. I wouldn't say there are quite hundreds at this point.
Okay.
But it is a very large effort.
Thanks.
Very large effort.
All right, we'll come all the way down to the other end. Greg.
Greg Murray, CAB, thank you for the presentation. This is very interesting. I've been interested in this since I started hearing about it. So when it was shipped back, who actually approved for it to come back? Just out of curiosity. DOE person? Is it who approves that?
For the shipment to come back to Savannah
Right.
River site, it would have been an agreement between DOE Carlsbad and DOE Savannah River.
Okay, all right, that's fine then. And So just to get sort of scale on this, how many similar, I know you said this is the first one that we know of, or that you guys know of.
From a standard waste box.
Right, for a standard waste box. How many standard waste boxes have we sent to them? Or how many total are in the complex are sent to them typically?
Oh, God, I have no idea how many in the complex.
How many
been
have we sent to them?
We've sent, well, I know we have sent over 30,000 individual containers. Majority of those would have been drums, so I would say several thousand of SWBs have been shipped to them from Savannah Riverside.
Right, over.
Since 2000, early 2000s, mid-2000s.
So this is kind of a bizarre thing to happen. Very low probability.
Yeah.
Okay. So regarding the folks that are actually going to do it, are there like people who walk around the site every day who say, okay, I can go do this? Or are y'all?
No, that's why we're doing repeated mock-ups. We've been doing a phased approach to our mock-ups with the containment hut here. We started out just kind of piecing our way through how is the equipment laid out, where are the pieces and parts going to go. Then you add another layer. Okay, let's have some of the PPE introduced, and how is that going to impact when you have hoses and this, that, and adding another layer each time. And we've done the mock-ups multiple times with different work crews in case, say, if you have Joe and Sally are supposed to do the job, but it comes time to do the work, and Joe is sick and Sally's, has a family emergency, well, then you need Peter and Mary. So we've got to have multiple work groups available to do this work.
Will it actually be a two-person team that goes in and does it?
There will be, I believe we're expecting to have 6 people in the hut. Okay. Because we'll have the operators, we'll have RADCON coverage, we'll have the mobile loading unit staff. So we'll have 6 people in the hut.
Is this something that is so unique and interesting that people are actively interested in being on the team that actually goes in?
It is a unique. It is.
So you don't. Well, I mean, are
yeah.
people like saying, "Oh, I don't want to do this"?
Well, we've been doing these mock-ups, and we've been actually starting really early in the morning because this is not conditioned space. We're on a true pad, which is a covered pad, but it's been really hot if you've been outside.
Right,
and
sure.
doing that work inside a containment hut is even hotter. And then you add PPE on. So I don't know that anybody really wants to, unless they just want to have that sauna experience.
Okay.
It is, so it's kind of good that we're not actually going to do the work until early October. Hopefully it'll be a slight bit cooler because it was brutally hot early this summer.
And how long will they be in the hut? How long will it take to open everything up and get it in a condition where it can be inspected thoroughly?
So our current plan is that day one, we will take the half pack, we will get the outer lid removed, get the container wrapped, and pull that RAF sample and see what we find. That's what we want to get accomplished the first day so we can get the results and then plan for the next day of actually removing the inner lid with all the PPE on and removing the SWB from in there and getting it wrapped and getting it moved over and then seeing how much contamination we have inside that has to be deconned. Then the amount of days it'll take after that will depend on how much contamination is actually found and how long it'll take. Let me go back a little bit here. I'm sorry, I'm facing this way, and I'm sorry I have my back to all you guys. As part of this activity, there are these honeycomb impact limiters on the top and the bottom of the inner containment vessel. Those can't be deconned, so we're going to have to remove those for waste, just because of all the different, the way the structure is, and you can't really survey all surfaces to make sure that it's all been deconned. They just have to be removed and discarded. So that'll be part of the activity once we get the waste out of the vessel.
And will that first day of activity, will it actually take the full day?
The first day to get just the outer lid out?
Right.
No, I don't expect that would take the first day, the whole day. No, I expect that'll be a morning activity if all goes as planned, and then we'll have the results. Decide, do we need to pull another raft to do a confirmation?
Right.
And then, like I said, plan for the PPE needed the next morning to go in, again, when it's cooler, to start out the work to,
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, Charles?
Charles Hilton Cab. Looking at that picture, I'm assuming you've got 3 55-gallon drums inside this container?
this, actually, it would be 7, but
Okay.
as a cross-section, you would see 3.
All right. I know you know what's in those drums.
Mhm.
Was it lab stuff, lightweight gloves, lab coats, or was this some kind of old construction debris that could have knocked a hole in it?
So I couldn't find a picture on the internet that had an FWB instead of drums, so I went with something that was a good schematic showing the half pack. But in the FWB that we're having shipped back, that actually has empty drums that were grossly contaminated during remediation activities, during ARRA, when we were remediating and repackaging waste. The waste was removed from these old drums, but then the drums themselves were so grossly contaminated, they had to go in as true waste. So those empty drums are, they call them mummified, wrapped in plastic, multiple layers, and that's what's inside this SWB. There's a couple of empty drums wrapped in plastic. Yes, it's very bizarre. Yeah, we've had all sorts of conjecture, like, well, did a piece of plastic somehow get pulled up and against the filter vent, and did that cause it to pop or something? And once we get it out and get a chance to observe it, we'll see, do the filter vents look okay? Does the gasket look okay? Can we find any contamination? There's always the chance we don't find contamination. And we'll look again if we don't find any the first pass, just to double check that are we sure we didn't find any, and then work with the WIP folks to figure out how did they find contamination if we didn't.
Greg?
Oh, yeah, sorry, Greg Murray Cabin. I guess you just answered. I was going to say, are we sure that it was okay when it left us?
All of our surveys, when it was surveyed before it got loaded into the half pack, no contamination. There's a similar process that's used to secure the lid, the inner lid, that uses a similar device as the RAF. And after we got word from WIP that they found the issue there, we went back and did more extensive surveys of that equipment and found no contamination. So all of our routine, normal surveys, nothing indicated contamination before it left. If we had, we wouldn't have sent it. It would have had to have been.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, we cannot send a contaminated.
So we shipped it in August of 22, and then they realized, they got it in August or whatever, and then September is when they popped it open.
Right.
And recognized there's a problem.
Yes,
So it either happened on the road or while it was sitting there.
yes.
But it had been closed up since, would you say,
The
2012?
ICV has not been opened since August of 22.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll come back around to the other side of the room. John?
John Thomas Cab. What happens to this when it gets where it's going? And I guess my question is, why don't just leave it in there? It's sealed.
So WIP is not set up to manage contamination. I think that's something that their new management is looking at to see if there's a way in the future for something that's such a small amount that they could manage it in the future. But they are not currently set up to manage any sort of contamination. But that was a discussion point early on of, hey, could they just take that ICV out and dispose of that as is at WIP? And unfortunately, that wasn't a viable pathway with their regulators in New Mexico. So they went this way.
So they do remove it when it gets there?
They remove the waste container from the ICV, typically. The ICV, the half packs and the true packs, the outer and the inner, are reusable, intended to be reusable. They have like 100 true packs and 15 half packs that service the entire DOE complex.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, and Candace.
Okay. So about how long will the survey take? Do you have a timeline?
It's going to kind of depend on how much we find, or if we find. Certainly, I would expect that we will have initial surveys of when we pop the inner lid, we'll get surveys of the part of the SWB that's sticking out. We'll be able to see the top of the SWB over the top of the ICV once it's opened. So we'll be able to visually inspect the gaskets and the filter vents, as well as do surveys of that whole area, and surveys of the inside of the lid and parts that we can reach with extended tools. I would expect that would certainly be done that day, and then as we bring the SWB out, there'll be more surveys done. I think we'll have a good picture after that second day when we get into the ICV of where there's contamination. But I could also see us then doing more surveys, confirmatory or exploratory, depending on what we find or don't find.
So will DHEC or EPA or any of those oversight people be a part of this team?
DHEC was notified that we are getting a shipment returned.
Okay, my last question is about money. How much does it cost to ship these things back and forth? And because it's coming back, is that something that we plan for in our budget? Whose budget is it going to come out of? I can't imagine it's very inexpensive to ship stuff across the.
So I can't speak to the DOE Carlsbad budget in terms of the costs that they incurred for preparing this and for returning it, and I don't want to put DOE Savannah River on the spot to know if Carlsbad has reached out to them about that or not. I know for SRS purposes, we're capturing the costs, we're tabulating those hours, so we'll know when the job is over how much of our budget was eaten up by this activity.
And so then will those calculations be put into future budgets just in case something like this happens again?
I would hope this never happens again. Let's see what we find. The idea would be to apply whatever lessons we learn from this and prevent it from happening in the future. This is a rare occurrence. First time it's happened. I don't ever want it to happen again.
All right. And we'll go back to the other side of the room because Charles found a follow-up.
Excellent.
Charles Hilton Cab, you probably told me, but I didn't catch it. Are they still taking shipments from SRS?
Yes.
Or are y'all in detention hall for having a bad one?
The waste stream that this one container came from is in detention.
Okay.
The rest of our waste is not in detention.
Okay.
So that we're still up and we're shipping. As their schedules and our schedules allow, we are still shipping from Savannah River.
Okay. And then one of you.
Hi there, Juanita Campbell, CAB. Just to sort of add to what has already been asked, so was a team hired to do this, or were these people who were already existing employees who were on the site who came out to join this team?
Existing employees.
Existing employees. So is this taking them away from something else at the current moment?
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, and that's what I thought. So really, I mean, that's sort of the drive, and let's hope this doesn't happen again. You know, but that is a very, very valid point that Candace made about, well, maybe there should be some sort of contingency plan in the future just in case.
Well, it'd be nice if WIP could handle small amounts of contamination.
Well, that too.
Yeah, but I said, we need to see what happened here. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the big question.
Absolutely.
Was it a gasket failure? Was there some weird thing that happened when they pulled the vacuum to pull the RAF out from the inner containment vessel? Until we get it open, we won't really know. It's just conjecture at this point.
Well, thank you for your efforts.
Sure, thank you.
All right. Any other questions, comments, concerns from around the table? Seeing none. Carrie, thank you so much.
Sure thing.
All right, we'll move into our next one. If you give her a second to pull it up.
I was doing it for you. Good afternoon. Nobody? One person? Good afternoon. This is an exciting time, right? My name's Larry McDaniel. I am the Spent Nuclear Fuel Program Manager, and I'm going to be talking to you today about L area. I move around a lot too, so if I block y'all's way, let me know. Here's the agenda. We're going to talk about the mission. We're going to do an overview of the L Basin. We're going to talk about the different storage configurations, cover a quick slide on processing a CAS once it's received. We're going to talk about receipts, shipments out of L, some recent accomplishments we had this year, and then go into our summary and question and answer. Our primary mission for L area is to receive and store spent nuclear fuel from both foreign and domestic research reactors. By doing this, we support NNSA's non-proliferation effort from approximately 34 countries, and we help with domestic research reactor facilities that are out of the Office of Science and Nuclear Energy. We store some legacy spent nuclear fuel, and we package and ship for disposition over to H Canyon. The basin itself is a steel reinforced concrete structure. It has approximately 3.4 million gallons of water. It has a depth between 17 and 50 feet. The water provides shielding for the worker safety. We do not have active cooling. We have systems, just like a regular swimming pool, to maintain clarity, water level, and purity. We have a filter system and a deionizer. We use those to maintain this clarity of the water because over 90% of the activities we do in the basin happen underwater, and it helps the operators see better. It also reduces corrosion of the material because of the purity of the water that we have. We have several configurations, storage configurations, expanded basin storage, HIFER racks, oversized cans, bucket storage racks, and bucket storage rows. We're going to talk about those a little bit more in the follow-on slides. Before we do that, we're going to give you an example of the processing when a CAS is received. When it's received, we remove limiters, take it off of the trailer that it was shipped on, and move it into the basin. Once it's in the basin, we place it underwater and remove the lid. Once the lid is removed, we verify that the fuel is what they said it was going to be. And then we remove the fuel and store it in some buckets of different configurations. We take that, move it into the basin, put it in the bundles, put it in its appropriate location, its storage location in the basin itself. We then decontaminate, close up, and ship the CAS back to the origination facility. Now we'll talk about the different configurations. This is the expanded basin storage racks. It has a fixed geometry for each one of these positions that helps control criticality. We currently have 3,650 positions available. Of those that are available, we have 3,156 occupied. We do have the ability to add more space if we need to. If you look at this image, all of this is underwater. So it kind of gives you an idea of how clear it actually is and how clear we maintain it. We have the HIFER racks, the high flux isotope reactor out of Oak Ridge. They send us their cores. We have 120 positions available. Currently, 71 of those are occupied. We have bucket storage racks. That's where we put some of the buckets once we get them processed. We have 36 positions, 4 are occupied. Of the 36 positions that we have, 32 of those are in the process of being reactivated. We have an oversized can rack. That's 42 positions, 23 occupied. And we have a bucket row storage. If you remember the bucket that I showed you earlier, the bucket row storage is where we initially place those until we can get them processed later and placed in their final resting spot. This is the dry fuel storage. We have the disassembly area, dry fuel storage area. It's 23 drums. It is full. And the slug vault has 16 drums. It is also full. This is a graphical representation of the previous slides kind of rolled up. It shows you our positions available versus positions used. These are examples of the casts that we receive currently, except for the TN72, it is no longer in use. Fuel receipts. For FY23, we received 20 shipments. 2 of those from foreign research reactors, 18 of those from domestic research reactors. For fiscal year 24, we are expecting 21. Is that right? 21? I thought it was 20. 5 from foreign research reactors and 16 from domestic research reactors. Shipments. When we talk about fuel shipments, we're talking about moving them from L area to H area for final disposition. In 23, fiscal year 23, we had 13 shipments. In fiscal year 24, we're expecting to ship more. The reason we are shipping more in FY24 is in support of ABD. And you'll hear more about that in a follow-on brief, ABD. Some recent accomplishments. When I say recent, I'm talking about this fiscal year only. HYFER cleaning. In 1996, we installed a deionizer to help us maintain the pH of the water. During that initial install and for 5 continuous years after that, it actually backflushed resin on top of the HYFER cores. The HYFER cores, the resin itself cannot be dissolved in our canyon. So we had to either clean out the canyon after we dissolved these cores or clean the cores before we sent to the canyon. L area personnel and engineers came up with a underwater vacuum system that would vacuum this resin out of these cores so they could be processed in H Canyon. The resin is like fish eggs, real small. We cleaned a total of 60 cores in 5 rows. And again, we completed that this year. So we've been kind of working on that for a little while. Our facilities are old. We had some roofs that were beginning to fail because 20 plus years old. So we replaced 3 roofs this year in the L area. We have something called AMCAP. It was a recommendation from the CAB in the early 2000s that we initiate some type of monitoring, and L area has done that. This supports ABD by identifying fuel that has begun to degrade. The fourth accomplishment was in 2007 and 2008. We had some drums sent over from Idaho National Labs. They did some calculations on those drums in 2018. They're sealed. And based on the calculations, they determined that in 2025 we would have an issue with pressure buildup. So this year, we generated some procedures and punctured those cans. That gave us an additional approximately 100 years of safe storage for those. Summary. We talked about the mission, the overview, the storage, the processing, right? What the real takeaway here is that we will continue to safely receive and store spent nuclear fuel for the foreseeable future with global threat reduction as the primary reason for that. And our volume will continue to decrease due to ABD. And again, you'll get ABD brief next, actually, I think.
All right, we'll start with John.
John Thomas, Cab. Thank you for the presentation. This underwater stuff I find fascinating. You had said no active cooling. Why is that relevant?
Because our material is not that hot.
Okay.
It doesn't require cooling of the water. It stays at a relative temperature that is safe.
Okay, good. And then you had said you do the verification underwater. How does that happen? How do you do it?
Really small cameras, waterproof cameras, and we run them down inside the storage bundles and video everything. We take that back and do analysis and determine the condition of the fuel and the bundle itself.
Okay. And then do you test the water for contamination?
We do not, because the water is not contaminated.
It doesn't ever. Okay.
No, it's
and how do you remove
perfect shielding for this material that we have.
Okay, then how do you remove the fuel out of that underwater?
We have tools. We have specialized tools that we reach in and grab it, have an operator, grabs the material, picks it up, puts it where he needs it to be.
So you're just taking the whole container, or are you taking it out of the container?
The individual elements are placed into bundles. The bundles are placed at the final storage locations, and those bundles are what's shipped over to H Canyon for dissolution.
Okay, so you're not actually emptying out those.
No, well, so remember, it's not liquid fuel, it's just liquid water. It just drains right out.
All right, good, thank you.
All right. We'll skip on down to Sade over here.
I don't hear well, so I got to get close.
Show video.
Yeah, I need you to pull that
SRS
microphone
tab.
right up.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I was curious if you could please provide me with more details about the augmented monitoring conditioning program. And I'm also curious if I wanted to learn more about the program because I'm curious if this could be utilized also for early detection of contaminated containers.
I'm sorry, I don't think anybody in the room or online
You guys
can
can
hear.
hear me?
We
Okay.
definitely need to use the microphones. It's really just not for right here,
Okay.
it's for everybody.
Yeah, I'm curious about the AMCAP program, if you could provide more details also am curious if that program could be utilized for early detection for container contamination.
So it's just a camera system that we use to visually inspect the fuel elements and the containers that those fuel elements are in. It doesn't have a detector for radiation because you wouldn't actually detect a whole lot underwater. Water is perfect shielding for the material that we have, so the radiation doesn't go far. We do have systems that we can use to check for contamination, and I would have to defer and phone a friend who is sitting right there.
Yeah, okay. You can probably hear me. I'm David Rose.
Microphone, please.
Yep.
Actually, if you want to go back and look in your CAB history files, a few years ago, I did a long presentation just on AMCAP to the board. But of course, many of you are new faces. It's nice to see you. So, yeah. The name, Augmented Monitoring, Condition Monitoring, Augmented Surveillance Monitoring, AMCAP, is the first word's augmented, which means we have a program that monitors water quality, water conditions, conductivity, pH, ion concentrations, conductivity kind of things, cesium activities, alpha activity, other impurities in the water. We have a coupon program where pieces of samples like the fuel have been placed in the basin. They're intentionally configured in a way that enhances corrosion activities. We take those out periodically every few years. We send them off to SRL. They do evaluations. So it's a very robust program that's been going on for many, many, many years. When it became evident that we were going to still have fuel in the basin for perhaps 20, 30 more years, we did this augmented program, which had several features to it. The first one, which was completed, was looking at the basin itself, making sure the basin integrity, the concrete, the structure itself would survive another 50 plus years. That's been completed. There was a segment on aluminum-based fuels where we picked fuels that we knew had scratches, other types of damage to them, and did very detailed monitoring, visual, camera surveillance on those, and put them back into storage with the belief that, like 5 years, we'll pull those back and re-examine those exact same spots using the same cameras, the same geometry, the same lighting, so it'll all be the same, and be able to look to see if the conditions match what we're getting predicted from the coupon program. So you have a prediction from the coupons, go look at the fuel and see if it's the same. The third element is looking at stuff that's in cans, because we have some very old stuff in different types of cans where you have zirconium-clad fuel in contact with aluminum cans, different situations that may enhance corrosion. And that's the more active program today to look at, where we looked at bundles, where the aluminum bundle has zirconium fuel up against it, to look and see is it causing corrosion. Running cameras down inside to look to see what we see there. And, there's big reports on all of this, but to kind of summarize, there have been no surprises in what we've seen. You see what you would expect to see based on all the scientific analysis the laboratory's done on corrosion. So it's a big program, and we'd be glad to come back and talk if the department decides they want to hear more about it. But, did I answer your question? I hope.
You did, thank you.
All right.
Jim.
Jim Gill, Cab. Are you expecting any material coming from Japan?
Yeah, we are.
And this is stuff that's left over from Fukushima?
I'm sorry?
Is it material that was at Fukushima?
Negative. We only deal with the research reactor, foreign research reactor fuel.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Candace.
Candace Cab. So the L basin is for temporary storage or permanent?
Long-term storage, not permanent.
What does that mean?
That
Like how
means
long?
We can put it in there for almost forever. Almost. That is not the goal of aerial area, but it's for long-term storage of nuclear material, safe long-term storage of nuclear material.
Okay. So about how long will the current positions be available before we need to add more racks? Is that like a few years, a few decades?
That's a very good question. A long time. We would have a long time before we actually really need to do anything else, even if ABD wasn't a thing. Now, I know you guys haven't received the ABD brief yet, but that's accelerated basin de-inventory. This is the basin we're talking about when you get the brief on ABD. It's talking about this basin. Its goal is to de-inventory, and we're going to be real close.
So what's a long time to Larry McDaniel? What's a long time to you?
More than 60 years until I need to close up because I'm full.
Gotcha.
But,
All right.
But again, that is not the goal.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
All right. Any other questions, comments, concerns from around the table? Seeing none. Larry, thank you. All right.
I'll be followed by Jeff Bentley, ABD.
So I want to poll the group real quick. I know that we only have one presentation before the end of the day, and Jeff Bentley is the soul of brevity as well as wit. So do you want to take a break or do you want to keep rolling? Keep going? Jeff, they're ready for you.
Forward, back.
Yep, that's it.
All right. Check, check. Yeah. All right. Need to thank Mac for his lead-in. So my name is Jeff Bentley. I'm here with the department. I am a program manager. I work in the Nuclear Materials Stabilization Organization, and my main area, I am the H area program manager for the department. I just wanted to remind you why I'm here today. We go back to CAB recommendation number 378. You guys submitted that earlier, or towards the end of last year, and we approved that at the beginning of this year. We've already had one update on the goings-on in ABD. I came a few months back to talk about the fissile mass of our glass waste canisters in an effort that we're going through, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in this presentation as well. So this is really it's my second update for ABD, but the first formal mission update, if you will. All right, so a quick reminder on what the Accelerated Basin De-Inventory mission actually is. The key thing here to remember is it is a joint effort between us and Nuclear Materials and our sister organization, Liquid Waste Program. It's a effort to integrate the two together and take advantage of the liquid waste system while they are still around. So currently, the liquid waste system, I may have a few typos up here, by the way. The liquid waste system is going to be available to us in Nuclear Materials until the year 2034. I believe your slides may say 2033. That's because that date came from about 2 years ago, and I just missed it when I went through looking for corrections, but it's 2034. And the big thing about it is what we do is we take fuel in H area. Max got the fuel right now. He's storing it in L. He ships it over. We dissolve it in our chemical dissolvers, and then we discard it over into awaiting sludge batches in the liquid waste system. Those sludge batches then eventually will get vitrified into glass waste canisters over at the Defense Waste Processing Facility. Those canisters go into your glass waste storage buildings, and eventually, one day, will make its way to a repository. So the benefits here of the ABD mission is it's going to reduce our long-term risk associated with storing and securing the spent nuclear fuel that we have in else, because the faster you get rid of that stuff, the cheaper it's going to become. Our mission is to maximize the de-inventory of L Basin. There's no promise that it will be completely empty, but we will get as much out as we possibly can. And in doing so, that leads into the next bullet that's up here. It's going to allow us to continue to take in receipts of spent nuclear fuel to support some of the other things across the country, like the research reactors that they got at Oak Ridge with what Mac mentioned, the high flux isotope reactor, and then research reactors at some different universities in the country. We take their spent fuel as well. Give you a little update on some of the milestones under the ABD mission. This past year in FY23, the Canyon dissolved 13 batches of aluminum spent nuclear fuel. That's a combination of what Mac mentioned before as well, the high flux isotope reactor cores, and then what we call material test reactor cores, those ones from the research reactors. The big event for us came back in March. Back in March, we made the first discard ever under the ABD mission of material to the liquid waste system. Since that first discard, we did a total of 51 ABD transfers that happened over what we call windows. What that means is, we're busy doing our stuff in H Canyon. Liquid waste is busy doing their stuff over in their area. But in between, we try to find times where we can go ahead and they can take stuff from us and that we can send it. And so they give us some windows of opportunity when they're not going to be transferring and so forth. And we try to take advantage of that. So we had 3 different windows comprised of 8 transfers in the first window, 20 transfers in the second, and then 23 in the third. When we finally got through all those transfers, we had a total of 394 kilograms of fissile material that was transferred from our tanks in H Canyon over to us, what is now working on sludge batch 11. Going into this next year, into 24, we plan on dissolving 8 batches of aluminum spent nuclear fuel. I just realize it probably sounds like it's contradicting what Mac had told you earlier about having more shipments this next year compared to this past one, but it has to do with the type of fuel that we'll be dissolving. The reason why there's actually less batches for us has to do with the fact that those hyper cores that I mentioned, the enrichment that's in that fuel is much higher than the others from the research reactors at the universities. And this past year, we really focused on the higher enriched stuff. This year, we have to scale back a little bit. So that's one reason that we're only doing 8. The other reason is we have another mission that's coming online very early next year in the spring. It actually goes hot, and that is called the Fast Critical Assembly Mission. It is a mission that we are doing in support of the NNSA. They brought in some fuel from Japan to take care of for them, and we plan on doing 5 batches of that fuel next year, so that's kind of why it's less for us on the aluminum side. But if you do the math, you see 8 plus 5, we pretty much are doing about the same amount. We did 13 batches total last year. We're doing 13 batches total here. And then we hope, we're waiting on some results from the liquid waste and the Savannah River National Lab on what's actually in sludge batch 11. They've done the sampling. We're waiting to find out, can they take any more fissile material? And if they can, we do plan on discarding some additional amount to whatever that limit is. We plan on discarding it this next year, and that way we will maximize what goes in to sludge batch 11. I do have up there that window that we think is going to happen would be in May of next year. Okay, some of the other items, to give you an update. Like I said, it was a few months ago, I told you about the fissile mass loading limit over at DWPF, the Defense Waste Processing Facility, and really what I'm talking about is not the facility itself, but the the glass waste canisters, the limit that they have. And it's the limit that those canisters have for a federal repository. So what happens is the higher the limit we have, the less canisters we have to produce. We've done this one time before already. We went from a limit of 897 grams per cubic meter, it's a volumetric limit, up to 2,500. And that was, the big part of that was to support the ABD mission. Our initial projections, we thought, 2,500 is going to be more than adequate. Turned out we're just off a little bit, but we've already done this once. That was already been approved. And sludge batch 11 is a reflection of that higher limit. We're now working on a little bit higher, or getting a higher limit than that to support what we, because I said initial planning said that was going to be enough. Now with some new information that we have, we realize no, it needs to be a little bit higher, and we have some batches that would require us to load up around 3,400 instead of 2,500. So we need to get a higher limit for those batches. And so we're in the process right now of submitting a request. I think I jumped the gun a little bit here as well. I thought this request was going to be out the door by now. It is not. I'm waiting on one technical paper to be issued from our lab before we can submit that request and get it through Mr. Budney's office and up to DOE headquarters. And the timeline for that, at least the schedule that I've been told, is that the date for that is September 27th. So I believe that's tomorrow. So hopefully it will be tomorrow, and then that letter will be routing. So another update I wanted to give you is ABD is more than just aluminum spent nuclear fuel. We have another type of fuel in the basin it's called non-aluminum spent nuclear fuel, and all that means is that the cladding around the fuel itself is made of something other than aluminum. Stainless steel, and I know there's other alloys and components and things in it, but it makes it very difficult for us to dissolve. So we've been trying to come up with a campaign plan on how to address that non-aluminum fuel. And some things that we've done is we've sorted that fuel into groups. We have like 5 groupings that we've come up with. And the first couple, I can tell you right now for an update on those, the first couple we expect to be easy to dissolve in our new electrolytic dissolver. This is a new dissolver that went in to support the FCA mission I mentioned on the last slide, the one we're doing for NNSA. That new dissolver, when we're done with the FCA, belongs to the H Canyon, and we'll be able to use it for the first couple of groups of non-aluminum fuel. And then on top of that, we're developing and issuing a campaign plan for the rest of that fuel. Flow sheets are being developed to see, can it go through the new dissolver, and if not, is there another way we can process it through H Canyon? And once again, if not, what is our best alternative for dispositioning that fuel? That campaign plan, it was part of an incentive for our contractor this year, and all of that is being worked and finalized, and will be delivered within the next couple days as well, because that deadline is September 30th. I know it's about to be delivered because I've seen the draft documents for all of it and know what's in it, so it's looking pretty good. The last thing I wanted to mention on this slide is the integration efforts between us and liquid waste, once again. So I have up here refining chemical adjustments needed for discards. I don't know if you know, but there's a lot of stuff that goes into us being able to turn a knob and send material down a pipe from H Canyon to the tank farms. Just to give you a simple thing, there's 3 different things we got to do right away before we ever send this stuff. One is we have to add a poison to this material. That the poison is there to help absorb those neutrons. It's a neutron poison to help absorb further fissile materials. The second thing we got to do is we have to add depleted uranium because we have to get the enrichment level of the material down to a certain point to meet the acceptance criteria of liquid waste. And then finally, we have to neutralize our material before we send it down to liquid waste because we are a stainless steel system up in the canyon while they are a carbon steel system in the tank farms. So lots of things go into this, and the amounts vary depending on what you have what's stored in your batches that are going. And so we work together to try to find we want it to meet the criteria they need, but we don't want to have to put in overabundance of those materials. So we work pretty hard to try to come up with the right amounts for that. The other thing is dealing with two systems. We have two different baselines, and we've got to bring those together and have them work together. So one of the things that the liquid waste system does every year, I think you guys have seen it, they have a system plan. By the way, we now have a system plan on our side. This will be our first one. But they need to line up. So we work together all through the year to make sure that nobody is going off on their own way, contradicting the other. And then finally, another item that I didn't put up here is the Tank 42 conversion project, if you will. Under ABD, it was identified that we would need a second tank in the liquid waste system tank that would be a sludge batch prep tank, a place where we could send material and they could prepare sludge batches. Right now, they just have one. That is Tank 51. Remember, they identified a second tank that could be used for a prep tank, and that was Tank 42. So we are currently working that. We have funded that through the rest of this year, FY23, and as well as all of next year. But we're working together because it goes out beyond that, FY25 and then in 26. So it's another one of our efforts is to try to secure funding to make sure we get that project completed. And that is it for the update. I guess we are ready for questions.
If you keep making such long slide decks, Jeff, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to get shorter and shorter.
All right, questions from around the table? Sade, we'll start with you.
Hello. Sade Shopadia, SRS cab. I'm curious about the capacity for the canisters. Like, did they already have the capacity to, like, for more loads, or are they, like, newly constructed? And I'm curious.
I'll let Brittany handle that.
So, do you guys recall the system plan 23 that Ken Wells went over? You know, we projected how many canisters were going to fill by the end of the liquid waste mission, which was 8,113 canisters. So that projection also includes ABD and FCA material. So out of those canisters, we're estimating around 300 will be from FCA and ABD. Those are based off of assumptions such as the style loading limits and also what we project getting from each canyon. You know, that's what we have in our system plan for revision 23. That may change a little bit as our projections go on in the new, longer out.
Yeah. How are fissile limits, like, determined?
Well, we want to make sure that the glass quality is preserved, right? We want to make sure that safety criticality, that's our main concern as well, making sure that our process can handle that. And also, like Jeff was saying, the federal repository limits are also another thing. We're not going to load up, higher than what they're going to take.
So, to make sure it's clear, what we're talking about here is we're asking for the repository limit to be increased, which means that the canisters that actually go there, that it's, at whatever limit they are loaded to is safe, okay? Now, our facilities, let's just say the repository raises their limit 3 times what we currently operate at. It doesn't mean that we can go operate at 3 times now than what we did before. That's just for canisters that end up going there. We still have to go through our operations and see, okay, we've done a safety analysis and we're good to here, right? Well, we want to go higher. Guess what we got to go do? We got to go do the work to make sure it is safe to go higher. And we would do that. But so the limit I'm talking about and that she's referring to is for a repository, wherever that may be, that limit is go up. That way, so what it will do for us is it won't bound us. So if we want to if we say there's a need to actually go higher than what we currently do, and we go to put in the operational changes that we need to put in, we can do that and go up. And we know that the glass we're making is okay, and that wherever it ends up going, it's still going to be safe.
And the benefit with that is less canisters
Yeah.
produced.
Can I get your name for the record? I'm sorry.
My name is Brittany. I'm from the DOE SRS.
She's on liquid waste.
Thank you.
Liquid waste center.
Just making sure. We want to get it in the minutes properly. Sorry. We'll come around. Donald? Yep.
Don Colson. I just want to know the kind of fuel that's coming from these foreign research reactors. Is it all uranium or there's a mixture of other fuels?
What MAC is getting is uranium. If it's not, it's usually something special, like the FCA project was a special project that NNSA came to us and proposed and then made a contract with Japan to take back as part of, I guess that would just fall under non-proliferation efforts. But so if it's not, it's something different, special like that. But yeah.
Okay. John?
John Thomas, cab. These canisters we're talking about, these glass waste, are these the ones that we're double stacking right now?
Mm-hmm.
I just read in the paper that that double stack is now half full. So is there a plan in place once it's full?
So yeah, she'll address that, but.
Yeah, so we're projected right now to fill 8,113 canisters. We have enough room in our glass waste storage building to accommodate a couple hundred more. I think the limit's around 9,000 canisters. So if we go over a little bit over that, hazard projections, we're still good until, we can bring it to a federal repository. So.
I keep hearing about the federal depository, so I guess Washington needs to decide if that's happening, or do they think now this is the permanent facility?
I don't believe anything has ever changed from that. It's still, they're on the hook for one.
Okay.
And just so you know, we did take all that into account. Yeah.
That's what I hear.
Yeah, Jim, thank you.
It's temporary storage, and we're good for storage for 40, 50 years or more, but we're not the federal repository. So this all has a destination, and next time those decisions are made, we're ready to go.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments, concerns from around the table? Say none. Jeff?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, folks. Just a few more things that we have to take care of. First, we're not done yet. First is public comments. Our public comment sign-up sheet is decidedly empty. Does anyone want to make a public comment? Now would be the time. Seeing none. Is there any board business that we need to take care of today that we didn't get down? Anything that we want to talk about? Any comments that you want to make, parting words that you want to have before we wrap up? Then Greg, I think we're at the last agenda item.
All right, everybody, thank you very much for a good meeting today. I appreciate everybody's attention and questions. Thank you, DOE folks and agency folks, for all the great information you shared with us. And I will see some, if not all of you, when are our subcommittee meetings, James? You have it off the top of your head?
October 24th.
October 24th. So we will see everybody on October 24th. And with that, I'll call it a day. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.